hair is so good. Oh my god. Oh, get me out of here. Continue dropping out the Reavers right in front on the front lines here. Beautiful Storm on the back of the play goes off onto actually everything.
Oh, this could.
Reavers getting focused down, still dealing a lot of damage. Even if all they do is kill turrets, that's fine. Yeah, we still don't have +1 done for them yet, so I feel like maybe you hold off for a second, but there we go. You see +1 hit right as that volley came off. Oh, look at those Yamatos. Welcome back to BSL, everybody. We've embraced the feeling of equality here.
Yes.
Because Nyokin keeps telling me, Reed, I feel like I should have a chair. And I open my wallet, and inside is the money I've been paid from BSL. I'm like, Nyokin, I just can't afford it. So instead of buying Nyokin a chair, I decided to walk a mile in Nyokin's shoes. So now we're standing for tonight's broadcast. We can genuflex as much as we gesticulate as much as we want. And hopefully it works. Hopefully our audio levels are fine. We're trying out something new. Next week, we're gonna have something even newer. So we never stop raising the bar, which only raises up until right here, and then the green screen cuts off. But anyway, we hope you guys like this and our games coming up tonight, because we have Group C, and then tomorrow we have Group D for Group of Death of the round of 16 of BSL Season 8. How are you doing now, newly standing Nyokin?
Oh, I'm doing good.
Okay.
It's just like I was at home. People know that I had the standing desk that I would raise and lower. So it's exactly like how I used to cast BSL back in the US. But I'm ready for this group because we've got Gorinich runner-up, then we've got Dragon, top 4 finalists in the season that I played.
Mm-hmm.
Then we've got 2 super aggro players in Casper and Oya looking to make an upset. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they've got planned for us.
Yeah, obviously, I was looking in chat, and we had some major Russian bias in there. Everyone was like, oh, well, Casper and Gorinich are going to advance. Not so fast. We can't undercut the power of Protoss. Dragon, like you said, you got top 4. We're not in the top 4 yet, so we can still go even deeper. I'm not sure if he's going to be race picking today. He is a race picker, and he plays his races very, very well, but I think Protoss is what everybody would associate him with. He's got pretty good builds, very solid, and for Casper, this is the farthest he's made it in BSL. So needs to eclipse his best performance ever. And then for Oya, kind of the same situation. I'm not sure what Oya has in store for us, but I would love to see him pull off an upset. Anything to make this group exciting. I think Gorinich is maybe the favorite after his insane performance last season. It really feels like he leveled up and like he's doing well again.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to see what they've got in store for us. I'm kind of sad that Casper is going up against Oya first, because I would have liked to have Casper and Oya on different sides of the bracket.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're pushing one of them down to the losers bracket immediately, one super aggro player.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of unfortunate. But we're gonna have Dragon versus Gorinich, which should be hype because Dragon killed Eonzerg with that Zealot Archon timing.
I'm still so sad about
Yes.
that. I can't believe it happened, but I think the thing you said about Dragon is still super true, and that is that his builds are just crisp. So it can really catch top players off guard.
Yeah, so our first match is going to be Gorinich versus Dragon. We'll see if Dragon can pull up another upset, taking out the runner-up this time potentially. And Gorinich is looking to prove himself because last season was the deepest he got. He got all the way to the finals. Before that, I think basically just getting to the quarterfinals one time. So he's looking to prove that this was not a fluke. He is the real deal. He needs to go through a strong player in Dragon. And if he can make it through, that's going to put him into top 8. I think he's got a good chance going, to the finals again potentially.
And Nyokin, you're always telling me just how much MMR matters at the top level. 200 higher for Dragon. Is that just the advantage of being a North American?
I think someone decayed here. It's 21-24 because Gorinich, there's no way you're getting to the finals of BSL with that type of.
I was gonna say, our man Artosis is not too old Dan, as we like to call him. Shorter Dan, whatever. It's not too far away from that. So look, if you really try, you too can make it to BSL finals. It's the message Gorinich has for everybody. I'm just excited to get into this game. I've been really liking the new maps that we have for the round of 16. So we're starting off on Monte Cristo, which has all the hallmarks of a 2-player map, but the weird high ground right outside your natural and the ramp that leads up to it, and the lack of the ability to like build a super easy wall like you see on a lot of maps, it can be really scary early on. We've already seen bunker rushes. We've seen like early vulture pushes on that map. It's not your standard 2-player map. But thanks to Boneth for giving us our points for the map down there. If you are looking for a brief brush up, that's what you have to offer. Island, it's like 2-player in the way of an Eddy. How's that for a comparison, Nyokin?
I can see that. I can get behind that comment. Yeah, 2-player in the way of an Eddy. You got split map possibility. Only thing different is the Nat is like super far away. So 8 racks, very deadly, or even just regular like racks. Well, this is Zerg versus Protoss, but rushes are very deadly. If you have to pull any workers, you're going to be losing tons of econ.
Did you say Russians are very deadly? Okay, it's time for our first game of the round of 16, Group C, between Gorinich, Alex 1, and Dragon, Alex 2, to see which player is going to advance on to the winner's match of Group C. Okay, all right, here we go. In the upper left-hand corner in the purple, playing Protoss from Canada, this is Dragon.
And in the bottom right, in the brown, we have our Zerg player. It is Gorinich. Now, we know that Dragon is an off racer. Mm-hmm. He will play Zerg versus Protoss, so you know that his Zerg knowledge is going to be very high. And we already saw him take out Eon Zerg, who a lot of people would say is probably better than Gorinich, but Gorinich did make runner-up last season. So you got to like Dragon's chances here quite a bit. But Gorinich, last season, he was macroing ridiculously. He's definitely very good with the Hydras. We even saw him pull out Hydras versus Tai 2 in that epic ZVZ where a base went unscouted. You're right. He sent a Muta across the map, didn't see the hidden base from Tai 2. Absolutely crazy game. So Gorinich, he's definitely going to be very, very strong here. Now, what is Dragon going for? Because we saw Dragon, was he going for Gateway Expand or was he going for Forge Expand?
I mean, it looks like
this is
Forge, because, I mean, Gateway timing comes a little bit sooner. So this is interesting because at least most of the time we've seen Gateway Expands. I think that's a little bit of, kind of, I don't want to say Bonnet style, but he's certainly the architect of how deadly that opener can be. And sometimes you've got these dastardly Zerg players, especially on 2-player maps where you're guaranteed to scout them first, who see the Forge and they're like, oh, I'm just going to build Infinity Hydras and come bust you, whether it's that 9734, which we don't really, I don't think we've seen that once this season. The super fast Hydra rush?
No, we have not seen 9734, and we haven't seen this either. We got 12 Nexus. Actually, we did see it from, actually not even 12 Nexus, 11 Nexus.
How dare you?
So this just like what Models did versus Zeke, where he got away with Nexus first. We did have Overpool for Gorinich.
That's the problem with Overpool. Even though it's a middle of the road build, it doesn't really punish this.
Yeah, it's not going to punish this. Now, how many links does he build? Because most of the time, Zerg players only build 2 to 4. That's all we see here is 2. So 2 links. Protoss doesn't care about this. He's not going to be punished at all. Drone comes in here. Now, what's the reaction? Drones. He's realized that it's too late to go for a punish, so he's just going to power himself. So Dragon's got pretty much the best economic build you can ask for.
There used to be, so this used to also happen in Starcraft 2, and you could build a hatchery, cancel the hatch, and it would leave a little bit of creep behind, and you could build an Evo chamber on the creep left behind from a canceled hatch.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, keep the wall open, and then it would die because it's not actually on creep, and then the little things that spawn out, the little broodlings that spawn out of a dead Zerg building would help you in your rush. Stupidest thing I've ever seen. And now we're back here in StarCraft 1 where that can't happen, so it's already better. Probe is in and is scouting around, and it's not seeing anything too crazy. I mean, the only thing he'd really be checking for here is the timing or number of drones, and none of that looks weird. So I think everything is exactly the way that it should be. And it's only 3 minutes, so that probe is going to stay alive for another 2 minutes or so.
Yeah, everything from Gorinich is standard so far. We had like 235 gas, which is the go-to layer timing. So we'll have to wait and see if that's what he's going to go for, or if he's going to get sneaky and hide a hydrogen somewhere. But he's going to have to push out that probe pretty quickly if he wants to do that. Or he could just build it right in front of his face and make Dragon guess at what he's going to do. But Gorinich has decided that this is just going to be layer. This looks normal. So we're going to have to see what is Dragon's follow-up going to be. We already saw Zealot Archon versus Eon Cirque. Even though he saw layer last time, he still went for Zealot Archon.
I was so surprised about that. I mean, we don't really even see Zealot Archon that often.
No, we actually thought it was going to be Maelstrom. Right? Because that's usually what people go for when they go for Temple Archive, if they know Mutas are coming. And it's very obvious that Mutas are coming.
Dragon did do Maelstrom last time we saw him play, right? I recall a Maelstrom. Somebody fact check me on that one. I don't want to give you fake Starcraft news, but we have seen it at least a couple times in BSL this season and last season. Our man TT1, Eliminator of Zeki, is a fan of that strat. And I wouldn't be surprised to see it again here, but obviously not for a second. And there is a Stargate on the way, so it's not that Zealot Archon style.
Yeah, so we've got Stargate. This is going to be very standard. Probe still alive, 440.
Like I said, at least another 2 minutes. We're getting 530. We're getting Bisu probes here.
Yeah,
I mean, there's only like a couple of Zerglings earlier. Now there's more, and this should be enough.
No, that's a probe rapid.
This should be enough.
He still doesn't get it.
Okay, all right, justice. Oh, it is disgusting. All right, so we're getting some 3-hatch Mutas.
3-hatch with Spire doesn't necessarily mean Mutas yet. Straight into +1 air for the Stairs. Look how far along +1 is. Also, the Spire isn't even done yet, so he's got a massive power spike on his Corsairs very early in the game. He's got +1 about 25% of the way done. Citadel is coming up. This looks like we're probably going to have a timing because of how far along the Forge is, but the Citadel...
What is that timing? Is that going to be like the big +1 like Gisu style timing?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have around 7:30, which is what most people were doing like a year ago. People got away from that because it was just getting blind countered by mass Hydras so easily. But now that he's going to have +1 weapon with air at the same time, this is actually crazy how strong his air army is going to be. So Dragon, but the Spire's not even done. This Sayre's dead, or this Overlord's dead. He may even get a second one.
Yeah, that's the most successful little... At this point, the Corsair is just having the easiest job in the world. I definitely wanted it to be more of these Muta builds. We've been seeing a lot of that lately, especially with how many Corsairs are dying to Scourges in our games. But this, like you said, does look like a timing. But I mean, the timing from Dragon is, I think, going to be made even more potent after Overlord kills. And let's see if these Corsairs can fight off the meddling Scourge. Oh, they're gonna try to get there's 3 Corsairs. That's not enough. Yeah, it's not enough to fight these Scourge.
Ooh, he will escape. Last time we saw Sayres versus Scourge,
that cannon's could not
dodge Scourge to save his life. But we did see a second.
Oh, he's going.
No, he's out of it.
Oh my! How do they do it? It's like they're wearing Nikes.
But we did see a second gate at the Nat for Dragon, so this is definitely a timing. It's gonna get him one more Zealot out in his push. There it is right there. Speed's about to kick in. Weapon for air and ground are about to kick in. So this is a really slick timing. If we look at the Nat and third base from Gorinich, there's a sunken at the third. Nat, no sunken yet. That's kind of an exposed base
there
for
it
now.
is.
There it is. But there's no Sim City there. If he can get up on top of those Hydras or on top of that sunken, there's going to be really not very good area to drill on either.
Yeah.
So, wow, that's so many drones for Gorinich.
I was actually really surprised to see the drone count so high. Usually you'll see it, I guess it's not that high, but you know, it's not like he's going for something super aggressive. So here comes at least the first little part of that timing. The Zealots are a little bit slow, but they're going to kick in here in just a second. Once again, we've got all the +1s done. The Zealots have legs, they're fast. Let's see what happens when they dive in here on this sunken.
Yeah, I think you can just dive it. There's not enough.
That's so many Zealots. What is that, like 9 Zealots?
8 Zealots. He went for a very fast second gate. He's got
10 Zealots.
He's got +1 weapon on both air and ground. Anytime he finds an Overlord, they're just instantly dead.
Yeah, I mean, it's supply block permanently for Gorinich. So he's trying to catch these Corsairs a little bit off guard. I only saw a few of them there, so they might be somewhere else. But Wait, oh, you had to kill the eggs off on the side. I guess that's so you can get a better concave, but
I think it's because he's actually walled in. He didn't see that
is
Hydra blocking the
that's a
exit.
wall?
I think it is.
There's so much daylight between there. I don't know, but you're right. He was actually secretly walled in. I couldn't believe that actually walled with the egg.
Well, if we look at the supplies, Dragon's got a pretty big supply lead. There are a ton of Hydras, though. We have +1 armor coming in. So we got an actual engagement, but look how many Hydras there are.
They're just diving past. The Zealots are trying to keep the Hydras busy while the Corsairs dive through and try to kill off the Overlord behind it. He does get one Overlord, but the Zealots, I mean, they just couldn't stand up to that huge Hydra number.
Yeah, so many Hydras for Gornich. +1 armor coming in for Dragon. Storm's about to be done, but he doesn't have any Templars in this army. He's got a couple back at his main, just banking up energy. He's actually got 4, so this is going to be a very deadly follow-up attack with +1 armor. We've been seeing more people go for that these days since Zergs are rushing +1 weapon for Hydras. Now he's up to 7 or 8 gate. Now, I don't see a second Forge anywhere, which is what we've been seeing more and more these days. So it is just going to be a 1-1 timing, not a 2-1 timing that we've been seeing quite often. We've got range coming in, so he's going into goons. So this is not snow style, mass zealot, mass Templar. I call it like the SK Terran version of Protoss with the mass Templars.
Okay.
But these
I guess
Sairs,
that makes
I'm
sense.
looking for, they are looking for Overlords. He's only gotten actually, what, like 3 Overlord kills? They can't find any.
Yeah, they dove through past the Hydras in that last fight, and I think they killed like 1, maybe 2 Overlords. That's not what you're building 7 Corsairs to do, okay? So we need more value there. Coming out to take this 3rd base, this shows a lot of confidence from Dragon.
Well, he is taking a 3rd base. He recognizes that he can't bust anywhere, so he's content with taking a base. Remember, he's got 11 Nexus, so he knows that his econ is crazy. He has more units than he should have at this game, so it makes sense for him to take another base. He's got Templars banking up energy. Gornich has decided he doesn't have any intention of attacking. He's just going to take his 4th base and power up himself. But we do have range kicking in, armor kicking in very soon, so Dragon should be looking to do something. I didn't see an overwhelming goon count just yet, and he does have those 4 Templars that have been sitting here forever.
Oh, okay, never mind. That was anticlimactic. You're right. So the Templars have a bunch of Storm. Some of them are actually almost maxed out. Oh my god. But he has like 2 control groups of Zealots. That's just so many Zealots. Oh man, that was scary. The High Templar just ran right by there. The Hydra is kind of getting a little bit sandwiched here. We're gonna have to retreat, but there's more Hydras right up above them, catching a Corsair, so that's a nice bonus. I think there's only like 4 left. Yeah, something like that. But either way, this is going to be a 2-pronged attack coming in from Gornich. I mean, Dragon's just got so much here.
Yeah, he's up 30 supply. He's got so many Storms available, despite only having 4 Templars. He's getting up his goon count pretty high. Now he's going into 8 gate, potentially probably 9 or 10 gate. He still kept his Sairs alive, which is what TT1 struggled with. He wasn't able to pump out as many Templars as he had to keep rebuilding the Sair count. But how do you actually attack? There's Lurkers everywhere. There's Hydras everywhere. Zerg is going to be going into Hive pretty soon. Once Zerg gets picked off, that's not a huge loss because he still has 5. We may just have a split map. 4 base, 5 base.
This is so
and just slug
weird.
it out for an hour.
I mean, it's better for Protoss, right? They've got renewable energy. They've got, they don't expand as quickly, so the money runs out for Zerg faster.
It could be better for Protoss. Also, because there's an island base, usually island bases are easier for Protoss to defend as opposed to Zerg. But Zerg does have Nidus, so they can instantly reinforce. Looks like Dragon just wants to attack somewhere, but this is 160 versus 130 supply. There's so many Lurkers. This is going to be, he needs to terrorize. Or at least get his Templar out in front and get some juicy storms off. There's one.
Okay, really good Storm to start. The Hydras are trying to make this concave happen, but it's just not a good angle. He keeps getting these monster storms off. Oh my god, this is too much. Oh my god, disgusting. Dragon storming everything, breaking up the high ground. I mean, there's more Hydras here. It's not like the game's over, but this is such a good fight. The army just gigantic for Dragon.
Yeah, if you get storms like that, you can bust through. Now, he's killed so many Hydras. There still are a lot of Lurkers, but his goon count is still high. The Zealot count is still... He's got to be careful with the Zealots because they're running in. But those storms are so huge. The Sairs are killing so many Overlords now. Hydras aren't dealing with them.
Yeah, another storm comes down. The Lurkers are the only thing really keeping Gornich solid right now. They killed off all the Zealots. And so now the Dragoons kind of have to chill for a while. More storms coming in as the High Templar make their way across the map. He actually lost his observer, so he wasn't able to kill the lurkers. I'm not sure if he stormed it or if it got picked off by Hydras, but it was just really, really clutch, because that's basically the only thing keeping Gorinich base alive.
Yeah, but as soon as that observer comes, we've still got storm available. There it goes. And look how clumped. The Hydras are literally on top of the lurkers. So one storm right there kills actually everything. Dragon's got a 40 supply lead. He's got all of his upgrades kicking in pretty soon. Here we go. This might just be
Watch this one storm.
So yeah, I'm waiting for that.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Not the storm we were hoping for, but there's just so many.
That one was,
oh my god, okay, yeah, murdering the Hydras, but he lost the oh no, he didn't. He ran the observer out of range of the lurkers there for a second.
This is just too much dragon. It's almost a pure goon army at this point. Lurker Hydra can't fight this.
No. There's way too many storms here in Dragon's army. He's gonna bust through the outer ring of lurkers. There's a couple more left and some Hydras rallying in. This army is just massive. The supply is plummeting, and that's it. GG. Gorinich taps out, and that is going to do it for. All right, we did it. That's gonna do it for game 1.
Yeah, so Dragon, just like versus Eon Zerg, hits at a really slick timing. But let's be honest though, the storms is what did it. Like the storms hit
sure.
everything, blanketing like the entire Hydra ball. Just perfect front play from Dragon. It's not like Gorinich macroed poorly. It was 160 to 135 at the first fight. If you're in a position like that as Zerg, you're feeling good, especially when you're on high ground.
Yeah, I mean, I like to take it all the way back to that 11 Nexus. The way Protoss wins game. You build the Nexus, and then everything else just comes after that, right? Anyway, lessons to be learned for Gorinich. I don't think he did anything wrong. He was trying to put a lot of pressure on that third base. And I don't know, that didn't work out, so maybe attack better next time. I don't know.
Yeah, I think what Gorinich was going for was fine. It was just we can't stand in storm that long. Whether he was macroing during that storm, like that was the game changer. We went down 30 supply from the storm. I watched it. We went from 135 to 105, just instant drop. So Gorinich, other than that, I thought everything was perfect. He's macroing good. He should have had Hive coming up pretty soon, probably. But Dragon was playing well. Also, he had 3 bases going up. He knew he couldn't really attack, so he takes the 3rd base. But he just goes and attacks and gets the best storms I've ever seen. So, I don't know. Dragon versus Zerg is just really good because it used to be Protoss players always go Stargate every game, but now we have this Zealot Archon timing, we've got Dark Archon timing, we've got actually the fastest +1 weapon in air I've seen. It was before, like it was halfway done before the Spire was done.
He didn't even go for that second forge like you were talking about, where you're really focusing on a lot of upgrades. It's much slower. He just went for it. Really well played there by Dragon in game number 1. Because this is the round of 16, we're doing best of 3s, and that means that it's time for game number 2. The map is Neo Sylphid, and this will be the time for Dragon to really show us, can he repeat his top 4 finish from last season, or is it going to be Gorinich who tries to achieve his finals placement last season, or actually, I guess it was top 4 3 seasons ago for Dragon.
Yeah.
So it's been a while.
It has been a while, but Dragon is looking really good, especially versus Zerg. So let's see if he can actually send Gorinich to the losers bracket. In the round of 16, it would be an upset, but he's already taken out Eon Zerg. So is it really an upset?
I don't know, dude. Like I said, a lot of people saying Group D is a group of death, and I agree, but this group is certainly unpredictable. So let's get into game number 2 and see which player is going to advance on to the winner's match and if Gorinich can bring it back. Okay, here we go. In the 12 o'clock location in the Olive, I guess. This is our Russian Zerg player, Gorinich.
And in the bottom left, in the blue, we have our Canadian Protoss. It is Dragon. So Dragon went for Forge Expand last game. Well, Nexus Forge. Let's see if he's going to go for Gateway Expand, because he's definitely not going Nexus first this time. He's going to get scouted first. If he was to go 11 Nexus, with Zerg just instantly knowing,
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, the scouting distance is shorter than it was on our last map, and I mean, do you really do this twice in a row? Look, we were watching some of Scan's stream. He's a Korean Terran player. He speaks English, and he was talking about how you gotta mix in some cheese or some early aggressive builds or something in your series, because if you don't, players will just exploit you with these like 12 Nexus, 11 Nexus, whatever. You got to mix it up. And last game, we just had the standard overpool. It's the same thing we have this game too.
Yeah, we've got overpool again, but the distances are definitely closer. So I wonder if Dragon is going to actually go for 11 Nexus again. Model's got away with it on La Mancha. We just saw Dragon get away with it. He knows the timing. He knows that this is not, a 9-4 or 12-4 or any of that. He knows exactly what it is. He is starting to get high on minerals again. Now, all Protoss players do this. They always delay the forge as long as possible, but this still could be a Nexus. I'd be shocked, though.
I thought you meant all Protoss players got high on minerals. I was going to make a Scruff McGruff.
Oh, I know they
joke
do
about
that. As a Terran player, man, they really like minerals because they've got like the whole map. Circuit Breaker, they got all 3 corners.
Yeah, I mean, they just get more bases, right? Which is kind of the opposite against Zerg, because they really, really struggle to get that 3rd base. Whereas against Terran, you're sitting there huddled, scared, alone in the dark on your 2 bases. Protoss like, how many Nexi can I build? And then they go figure it out. This time around, it's not quite as fast a Nexus. It's 2 whole supply later, but it's a lot later just because it takes more time to get up there. So anyway, it's not quite as greedy an opener, and I guess that makes sense. The rush distances are shorter. It's a little bit harder to hold that choke. But I really wonder what happened to our 3-hatch Hydra play. Where'd it go?
Yeah, Protoss players just got better at dealing with it. They're just going straight Citadel. They're scouting better. You saw how long the probe was in the base of Zerg last game. It was there
like
for
5
minutes.
Yeah,
Actually 5 minutes. So Protoss players just got better at dealing with it. And now that Zergs have realized that, they're going back to what has worked forever, which is Ling, Lair, Muta. Just get map control. Just deal with the Corsairs. It also forces a specific tech from Protoss. You know it's going to be Stargate 99% of the time.
Yeah.
So that makes it comfortable for Zerg. Now, Dragon did go for the Zealot Archon, so he doesn't have to do that. Now, Dragon also did go Nexus before the cannon, so he's got his build streamlined quite a bit, but it's not as fast as last game. So what I want to see is what's the difference in the +1 air weapon timing compared to this game? Because last game, it was so far along, it was actually absurd.
Yeah, he was way ahead of schedule there. And I think the biggest thing that, at least the difference that I'm seeing is that is from Dragon, that he's not going for quite such a fast tech. I guess he had the exact same gas timing, so everything looks almost exactly the same, but I don't think he's going to go for quite as fast. Oh wow, he actually doesn't have it at the natural either, but I guess getting that up should tell us the route he's going.
Yeah, this is going to be Stargate. Nat gas. This is not going to be 2-gate with Matt Zealot. This is definitely going to be Stargate follow-up. We have to see if it's going to be legs fast for Dragon, or whether he's going to go into fast Temple Archive, which would tend to lean toward, well, what? It's actually a fast Citadel. He builds it right in front of Gorinich's face. Now remember, what? He built it right in front of Eon Zerg's face, and Gorinich saw these games, I'm sure. So
yeah,
everything looks like this is going to be Zealot Archon again, because this is so fast. You wouldn't go Dark Archon with this, I don't think.
Well, that's what's so confusing here is that, you would expect the more standard build and for the Citadel to come down. It really is kind of confusing because, I mean, that's very telegraphed, and it's not like that's just a stronger build. Everything's lining up for exactly what you were talking about, that Zealot Archon style, but to have that knowledge get out there that quickly, I don't know.
Now, if we think back to Eon Zerg versus Dragon on La Mancha, what Dragon did with this was, despite showing the Citadel, it looked like Dark Archon to Eon Zerg, because Dragon built his gateways in the Nat, and they never got scouted. We saw that there were 4 gates there. But how are you hiding? Oh, there we go.
There we go. The gateways in the Nat again.
He just went to the Nat to check, and now the gateways are going back up. The Overlord turned around to go check.
You could see the Overlord turning around, and he is going to see it.
Yes, so this looks exactly the same thing, and Gornich should know what this is. This is Zealot Archon. I think he saw the forge spinning also, so everything looks identical. All Gornich needs to do now is, I guess, go into mutas and try and pop some probes while Dragon counters attack and just build Sunkens. He should hold that, or he can just build Mass Hydra. There's the first couple of Sunkens, but I don't think that this is something that you get to work twice.
I guess we'll find out.
Though.
Yeah, I mean, going for solid builds, like as a player, it's easy to think on the fly. Oh, I'll just change this, and then you wind up getting into confusing territory. You don't know what's going on. So obviously, this is a build that we've seen before. If it works again, then we got to change some things. But
it's actually a little different because we've got a DT out on the map. Yeah. We didn't have that last time. I don't think we did. Templars are coming out, but mutas are already out. So he's going to have to be careful. This is not so diversified. I thought he didn't have enough to one-shot probes, but now he does. He's actually taking a lot of damage from that one muta. One goes down. Now he can't one-shot probes anymore. He does get a few probes. Oh, actually, this is one of the things I really hate about Sylphid is you can harass the mineral line very easily, and Dragon's got to build up all this static D that he doesn't necessarily want. DT came in, didn't get anything done. Sunkens were already ready. Now he's going towards the net. No success there.
Very well defended base back at home. So one of the reasons you do the muta micro is so that the cannon breaks aggro, but it consistently targeted the same weak muta and killed it. And not being able to one-shot probes is a huge deal breaker when it comes to that harassment. He does save that last red health muta, but now that Archons are out, those mutas' lives are very risky.
Well, this was when Dragon went out last time. There he goes. But Gornich sees it the whole time. He's already ready. He's seen this play before.
Second Sunken coming up.
Sunken's ready. I can't imagine this working. Now Dragon's going to be in real trouble because he just built 4 Templars and they don't have Storm anymore. So if we have a Hydra counterattack, what are we stopping it with? Zealot Archon?
Well, that's the thing about this is that you have to know that that's not out there. As you can see, like being built, I mean, there's a bunch of Hydras on the way, but I mean, there's not a lot here for Zerg. Those mutas don't really do anything if the Archons are in good position.
He needs to escape now. Oh, one Archon goes around the wrong
Oh my
way.
God! The Archon isn't firing. He's going to target down one of the Archons. Archons take full damage on their shields, and they're all shields from these Hydras. So the Archons are the only thing holding off the mutas. If the Archons die, everything dies. And I think losing that first Archon, huge swing there. Now Gornich is going to chase Dragon all the way back across the map.
Yeah, 5th and 6th. Gateway coming up for Dragon. Storm's almost done. He's got +1 armor coming in. So this time, definitely not as much map control for Dragon. I actually expect him to go up into 7 or 8 gate pretty soon. But I'm worried for him because the Hydra count's going to start getting massive very quickly. We've already got what looks like maybe like 24 Hydras out. The drone saturation is great for Gornich. Everything is going well for him. Now I'm actually thinking about it. If you build 4 Templars, that's really 200 minerals, 600 gas. Yep. And if you think about how many Sares he built last game, plus the +1 weapon, that's more expensive. Yeah. It's 600 gas, but it's 1,000 minerals. So actually, it's cheaper to do this.
I mean, it's cheaper, not as good against mutas. Oh, there it is, and he saw it when he dove in there. I want to say he did.
How do we fight this?
Well, also, it's not going to have energy for Maelstrom, so...
He doesn't even have Maelstrom yet. He just got Psionic Storm. Here comes the mutas on top of the Templar, but they get off Storms at least.
I mean, those Storms at the front are actually insane. He does storm all the mutas, but you got to save your Storm for the Hydras.
Yeah, but there's really not that many Hydras left, so that was a good job by Dragon to just kill so many Hydras there. And now Gornich he's going to bust down the Forge, it looks like. Dragon just barely doesn't have enough to bust through. Okay, no, he's trying to save
Cancel armor. Yeah, no way. Cancels the armor upgrade, and even if these Hydras die, they do pop another Archon, so that's more gas down the drain. I mean, this is buying time for Maelstrom, but is canceling that upgrade worth it?
Yeah. Armor is a huge upgrade. It's also going to delay his +2 weapon because he didn't have a second forge coming. We do just now see the robotics coming in. A lot of times you have observers already coming out at this moment. You see a Gun switch coming in. So the observers are going to be a little bit late. I don't think that Gornich has Lurker upgrade just yet, but he's held so well that
it's almost done.
He's decided that he's just going to take a 4th base, and Dragon's scrambling to get down more gates because he knows he needs to pump out some more units if he wants to even think about taking 3rd base. Gornish just has so much right now.
Yeah, I think that's the big difference compared to where we were last game. At this point, Dragon had landed some of the sickest storms ever, just killed all the Hydras and ran across the map. So this time around, he doesn't have that 3rd base that was, I think, being begun around this time. But he not only does he not have the 3rd base, he doesn't have nearly as many storms, and he has way worse, maybe not worse upgrades, but actually, yeah, I guess it is worse upgrades.
The +1 weapon for the Zerg is going to be huge versus this ground army of Protoss. You never want to be behind in upgrades versus Zerg. We see more and more Protoss players these days prioritize armor. They even get the double forge. Here comes, I think, Gornish at the bottom. He's got a lot of units there. I actually thought maybe he's going for a drop since they're all there, but it's very confusing. Why are they there? Are they trying to set up a flank? Maybe just a bit of a misclick.
Well, I think that's where you morph the lurkers and then run them in. But you're right, it could just be a misclick. Either way, they're going to reposition right now as soon as Gornish sees Dragon moving out. This brand new fledgling 4th base is very, very vulnerable, but he's in position to defend it. So let's see if we pivot. He actually didn't know that there was no base up there. That's really surprising.
Yeah, no base. 4th base is up for Gornish. He's supply blocked right now, which actually is great for Dragon because he needs to get his 3rd base up, especially now that Zerg's hitting a huge power spike with the lurkers. But this army of Dragon, it's mostly Zealot. He's got Dark Archon, but that's not really going to help you versus, a ton of lurkers, which we see Gornish have. He's in a defensive posture also. He's building even more lurkers. He's got high ground. So I think Dragon needs to do what he did last game, which is take a 3rd base. Think about taking a 4th base. The base he took for the 3rd is a mineral only, so he really needs to get a 4th base, take that gas. But here he goes. He's going to try and bust mid-right. I think when he sees... Actually, he's running up here.
Wow, running up the ramp. He does have Maelstrom, so we got to watch out for how effective that's going to be. These Hydras absolutely cannot clump up. Oh, there's the Maelstrom. Oh, there's the Storm. A beautiful spell usage there by Dragon. He's going to kill off so many Hydras. That's like 15, 20 Hydras dead right there. Now, he is running out of Storm right as the Lurkers run in, and so that can be a way to cut off these forces on the ramp. More gigantic Storms, but he's running out. He doesn't have anything left but empty Templar.
Yeah, he needs to get his Zealots back down to the low ground because all that's left are Templars, but he's wiped out the hatch. He's wiped out so many Hydras and Lurkers. Wait, it's crazy.
How does he have that
but
many
he can't
Storms?
get down.
Yeah, he can't get down. The Lurker block on the ramp. The Lurkers on the bottom that kill off all the spellcasters, and that is thousands of gas down the drain for Dragon. He gets the base. Is it worth it?
I think it's worth it because actually I don't know because it looks like they're going to be locked up now. These are all going to fall. But he got the base at least, and it allows him to get his 3rd and 4th base up. He's going to be up a base versus Zerg, which you almost never see. He's already up 40 supply. He's going to lose a lot here, so it's going to dwindle down to maybe like 15 or so. But Dragon is trying to save it. There's no way he's going to save it.
No, there's no way. And I mean, this also might just make him lose even more if he gets sandwiched here. The big difference between the last fight and this one is that the last fight, endless storms, Dark Archon energy, all that music and more, but now none of it. And he's just got basically Dragoons. He's got like a storm. So obviously you got to back off as fast as you can. He's going to try for another storm, try to push these Hydras back, but actually I guess he just saves it. And you're right, the big difference is that Dragon took 2 more bases all while that was happening. And so if things stay as they are, Dragon's in an insane position, but he's got to build up a little bit more of an army because he's still only like 20 CS or 20 army supply ahead. Upgrades are coming in, but they're still way better for Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon also has 2-1 now. Huge spike for him. He's got double upgrades going to 3-2 now. This is something that Dragon, if you watch any game of his, always hits his upgrades, always hits his build, always hits it. He's just fantastic at it. Gornish is doing very well for himself too. He's got +2 weapon, so he's got a huge power spike too. But I feel like Dragon is just running away with it. He's got, 12 gates now. He's got Kydarian Amulet coming in. He had 6 Templars in that last attack, but he didn't have the Amulet, so he would have had full energy
wow, I guess
Templars.
you're right, yeah.
I just don't see how Gornish actually faces this army. Last time, it was pure Zealot, basically. Now we have a more varied army. We've got more goons mixed in. It's still only Hydra Lurker too. Do we have Hive coming in for the Zerg? That's still there. How are you going to fight this army? They're going to be 3-2 and you don't have Hive?
Yeah, no Hive. He's still only on like 3 bases. That 4th base is still just basically barely running. Yeah, 1 drone at it. Nice. So there's just nowhere near the economy, the resources, the army. It's just not there. So yeah, Dragon killing it right now. He's going to come back even stronger now that he's got all those Khydarian Amulet, High Templar. Macroing like a boss. He's not taking any losses. All of his bases have been totally safe and mining 100% this entire time. Yeah, Dragon looks like he's killing it, taking a 5th base now.
5th base, Protoss. There's no way Zerg's busting any of these bases. Not with Dark Swarm. Or not without Dark Swarm. Not without Dark Swarm. He could go for like a Hydra bust, but he'd be committing so much there to try and bust it, or a drop. Feels like Dragon has just complete control of this game. Sylphid, one of those maps that you can have more bases than the other player when you split it. So if he gets bottom right, what's Zerg gonna do? Gornich also got supply block. We're up 50 supply for Dragon. He's also low on probes, so his army is extremely big. It's 53 to 47.
Trying to snipe the observers, it doesn't work. The storms are back and better than ever. The Hydra clumps are just not gonna last very long at all. The second very, very deadly storm. The Hydras just can't even get into position. They get stormed before they almost even start firing.
Yeah, I think this is just Gornich falling. The storms are too good from Dragon all day long. Zealots and Dragoons are just ransacking these Hydras. Templars, they just have so many storms. GG, Gornich taps out. And we do have Dragon pushing Gornich down into the loser's bracket, and he's the runner-up from last season.
Look, I think people might have underrated Dragon when he was playing against Eon Zerg earlier on in the round of 24. And then we were all like, oh my God, Eon Zerg is dead. Real life, no, just in the game. But for BSL, eliminating the Eon Zerg that early was a huge shock. And now he's taken maybe the favorite of this Group C and knocked him down to the loser's bracket. That's crazy. So Dragon, all of a sudden, I mean, he's just executing on these builds super, super solidly. I'm excited. I mean, he could just pull a True Touch and 4-0 his way out of the group.
Yeah, and how does he do it? Because Gornich saw it, right?
Yeah, he built the Citadel right underneath the Overlord.
It's the same build. Like, we knew that this was going to be Zealot Archon. Of course, we have full vision, but he had full vision with Overlord. He played the same game versus Eon Zerg, and Gornich still couldn't stop it. So if you're a Zerg going up against Dragon, I'm feeling a little bad for you. Because it feels like it doesn't matter. You see it, you're still going to lose. So Dragon looks very strong. And if we have, I guess we can't have another Zerg bottom because now we got Casper, Oya. But if there was another Zerg, I would probably say, well, Dragon's just guaranteed almost to make it out of this.
You know, it feels like he is just so incredibly strong. And actually, this is almost how I felt about Gornich last season. Because you'd expect maybe a top 8 finish from Gornich, but he goes top 2 and you're like, whoa, he really leveled up. Dragon looks super good. So it's going to be exciting to see Dragon in the winner's match. But before we get to the winner's match, we've got to have our other 2 players play. And that is going to be Casper Voices Oya. Casper Voices Oya. One of my Joey Wheeler. And Oya plays a very different style than Dragon. He's not just trying to solidly hit his build. He's coming for you, okay?
Yes.
Very, very aggressive. Super, super fun to watch. But how do you think that's going to play against Casper? Because Casper knows all about that.
Yeah, if you think Oya's coming at you, I can tell you that Casper's also coming at you. Like, he's just always in your face. I remember playing him TVT. Like, could go Vultures, I'll stop it. I'm like, oh, we're done here. No. You better be ready for round 2 because it's coming. But Oya last round versus Models, he set Models up so bad, right? Where it's like,
it was not pretty.
We're playing Standard, and then he proxy gates in the middle. So, you know, maybe Oya plays Standard like that. Try and set Casper up for a potential Game 3 proxy gate or something like that.
It's going to be exciting to watch. First map is back to being Monte Cristo, so you already know that map from seeing it earlier today, and of course A and B. But for a refresher, we'll get a chance to see a whole new matchup. We did have a TVP on this earlier. I can't remember who was playing it, but it's going to be exciting to watch. This should be a pretty even matchup. Neither one of these players have had a ton of success. Round of 24 is the peak for both of them. So let's see if they can make it even further. This is already the highest performance for both Casper and Oya ever. Can they go any farther? Who's going up to the winner's match to play against Dragon? Who's going down to play against Gornich? Let's get into game number 1 and find out. The map is Monte Cristo. Players are Oya and Casper, and this is game number 1.
In the top left, in the green, representing Sweden, we have Oyaji.
All right, and his opponent in the bottom right, in the gray or silver or metal. This is Casper playing from Russia.
Yeah, so we've seen Casper play a TVP so far in this. Oh yeah, he's already up to no good. He saw that he saw that TT1 game. He's like, I know how to 7-gate TT1. Let me show you. Actually, I think the first time I played Oya, well, maybe we played previously, but I didn't know. But the first time that I recognized his name, Circuit Breakers, he 7-gated me in the middle of the map. I was like, oh gosh, it's one of these Protoss players. But Casper's in trouble already. Now we did see Ultra get up an interesting wall. Remember that. Even though there was a pylon block, he was still able to put up a secondary wall. Now, was Casper watching that? Does he know about this Rax placement on the side where he can actually do a secondary wall?
Well, that's the weird thing is even though that wall was janky AF, that didn't even decide the game right there. It kind of evened out. You're like, well, did he do enough damage with it? Not really.
Proxy 2-gate.
My lord.
Probe is waiting.
My lands. Imagine if you could win the game with just your worker unit. Oh my. So this is crazy. I love it already.
Are we just dead already? Like is it already over? There's a wall.
There's a wall. I mean, going for the 2-gate, that's why that 2-gate is a little bit greedy because you don't arrive in time for the pylon block.
You know what's funny is the eggs should have 20 armor. So Zealots will take a long time to bust through if he wants to go for that.
Actually, he glitches the SCV through and he's fighting the probe off with it. But this also means that the Rax is not done.
Yeah, he needs to cancel this Rax. What I was going to say is if you get like 4 Zealots, 1 Marine, Zealots don't care. They're just going to sit there forever. So even though they're only going to be dealing 1 damage to this egg, after 30 volleys, 20 volleys from these Zealots, this egg will die.
Yeah.
And we're going to walk in. So we may be building just up an extreme amount of Zealots and try and bust through the egg maybe, or focus down the depot. Look how much surface area there is on the depot.
Tons of surface area. Also, the Rax was delayed by pulling off that SCV.
Actually, this was not a 2-gate. Or was it? I think it is only 1 gate.
It canceled the second gate.
Canceled it. So he saw the wall, canceled it. Now behind this, we do have Gasless for Casper. I guess one of the intricacies of this map is you can't even hide the command center. So that's interesting. Oya even sees that this is Gasless now. Now Casper knows about the 7-gate, but he misses it.
Oh, the gate that lurks in the night. Oh.
And what makes this even... Actually, this is genius from Oyaji. You know why it's genius?
Why?
Think about how far you have to pull workers. Oh, wish he had waited for more. Because if you have 3...
he's going to catch the Marine? No way! Oh my god, turn the probe around. You can get it.
Yeah, but okay, look at that instant reaction from Casper. If he had sent 3 Zealots, this depot...
he's going to kill it with the probe!
this depot probably would have died. It wouldn't have got there in time. Oh my gosh, this was actually very smart from Oyaji, but I think he went a little bit too early. Regardless, he gets the Marine. We have nothing to defend the Zealots so far, pulling SCVs off for a long time, really crippling his build. Now, luckily for Casper, Cybernetic just finished, so there's no goon coming just yet.
Why do you think he didn't target the eggs there instead of the supply depot?
Eggs just have so much health. They have 200 health, they have 20 armor. Zealot's going to be dealing almost no damage. But you can see what I was talking about. Zealot doesn't
they just
care.
Take no damage.
They don't care about 1 Marine.
Well, he did kill the first Marine, so that's, it would have been 2. But you're right. They are basically invincible. And now, the response.
Proxy Factory.
And I love that the probe doesn't scout that either. So this is anything you can do, I can do better. And I love it. The Grime Boss, getting down and dirty.
Yeah, and we saw how Ultra defended this ramp. He built double bunker. We may see that again since we know that the factory is late for Casper, but 2 Marines cannot fend off 2 Zealot, one goon.
No.
So This bunker is way too far. Also, the Goon can still range it. The Goon's just going to range these Marines. Really nice positioning there from Casper. He's going to focus down one Zealot, maybe. It looks like he's not going to get it, but the bunker's going to get up. But really, this bunker isn't going to help much. It can't range the Goons still. This is one of the hardest parts about Monte Cristo that we're seeing, is that you've got a double bunker to defend your ramp. So this depot is going to die. But I'm mostly worried about that factory. It should be done now.
Yeah, almost done. And he saw it. Absolutely clutch.
But did he see it? Vulture's done. It's about to come out. He needs the pylon block, the top and the bottom.
Oh my God.
He tried.
He actually got it up, but unless you do both of them, it's not worth it at all.
He's sending Zealots back. How's a Zealot supposed to help versus this?
He can actually trap that with probes. Watch him get a surround here on the Vulture.
Oh my God.
Watch him do it. He body blocks. He gets the surround. No way.
How?
He kills the Vulture with probes. What a god.
Oh my gosh. Second Vulture pops out and gets surrounded.
He's going to surround the second Vulture. Our probe's the greatest unit in the game.
Yes, they are. You don't need 60 health if you just got 40 that can range like that. Oh my gosh. How did he get both Vultures?
Well, he did send the Zealots back home. With, I mean, I almost think he should have just kept him here, right?
Depot's down. Goon has range now. Bunker falls.
Wait, what? He's not even looking.
He's not looking. Zealots are coming back. He can kill this bunker too. He might even kill the factory. If factory goes down, that's no more. Our Rax goes down, that's no more factories. He's just running by the bunker. It's Artosis's nightmare.
How dare they? Have they no
goes.
honor? Yeah, he's just diving right by.
He has no tank.
Yeah, the factory's on the other side of the map.
Oh, it pops up with SCVs. Traitor SCVs, let them by.
Okay, so he's gonna try to chase down this tank. Surround on one Dragoon. No, it glitches through.
Look, how do the SCVs glitch and the probes don't glitch? And we let the Goons by. Is a Blizzard, please.
He's gonna target down the tank behind. Oh my God, tragedy.
I think this is it.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do?
We've lost so many SCVs now.
Look, I saw probes kill a Vulture. Why can't these SCVs kill the Dragoons, Nyoken?
Yeah, because they're Terran units. They don't die. Goon, everything. Still Goons in the main. This tank is gonna fall. It's 2 Goons versus 1 tank. Okay, it looks like it's gonna get repaired. Finally, Marines are pushing back the front Goons. So actually,
oh my God.
Casper survives, but he's down 10 workers. We're still running by. Okay, that Goon's gonna get cleaned up. But Oyaji, he's also got enough money to build another Nexus, and he's forced the factory to float. He also knows that there's only one factory here. So what's Casper gonna do to deny a third Nexus? What, are you gonna go for a timing?
Oh yeah.
I don't think so.
You're gonna macro off your one
Nexus,
factory?
Instant Nexus. I mean, honestly, Oyaji could take bottom left too. We could just triple, 4, quadruple Nexus. He can do anything he wants because there's nothing to punish him. Also, Casper doesn't even have an academy, so he has no idea that this is happening.
I can't believe he killed 2 Vultures with probes around. That's supposed to be the game ender. The reason you proxy the factory is that the Zealots are on the other side of the map. The Vultures micro kill all the probes, and then...
Oh, I thought that was bottom left.
Oh, yeah, I actually got excited for that. I thought he was going to double expand. So now at this point, obviously, Oya is super far ahead. He's got a crazy economy, another Nexus coming up already, and he killed a lot of SCVs. So, I mean, the game is going to, like, look like it's stabilized.
He still misses it.
How does he not know? I mean, he has to know it's there, right? The Dragoon's there.
I actually like Oyaji's follow-up, which is 4-gate with Robo, because, oh no, Casper needs to run, but Oyaji needs to be careful. I was very nervous about this. Oh God.
No. He gets it.
Oh my gosh, he got it. But he took a lot of, no, we cannot run under this Rax.
No,
cannot do it.
Oh God. Wait, there should be a mine under that Rax, honestly, but he gets,
he gets
actually,
both of them.
Yeah, he actually killed the mine before it landed there.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't matter because he's still up 20 workers. He's gonna focus down the tank.
What? He killed the tank under the barracks?
Okay.
How can you click there? How can she click?
Yeah, I don't know how he gets that. But now he's got 3 Nexus, he's got 4-gate, he's got Robo. I think this is a good follow-up versus Casper, despite seeing only one factory, and Terran can never punish you like this. It is Casper. You know he's gonna try and do some type of timing. Actually, we see Armory coming in. So I think Casper has decided that only way we can win is to just camp it out. And I agree with him, because there's no way. Wait, how do we, he built a Vulture on the island. Now, this will deny the island, but I don't know, 75 minerals, that's kind of a lot since our econ has been crippled so hard. Factory's gonna die, so we didn't even get to save this. That kind of sucks.
Yeah.
But what is Oyaji doing behind us? Do we have Citadel? Do we have, like Stargate coming in?
It's Reavers.
Oh, it's Reaver.
Yeah.
Okay, Reavers are good. So this means that Oyaji just wants to end the game. He's loading up a probe. So actually, this vulture at the island is going to deny the island, or an island nexus. So this action will work out. But
he's going to be able to drop like a goon down there to retake it. Well, I guess there's mines, so it's more annoying.
Yeah, so that has to be a command center from Casper. There it is. We do have upgrades coming in for him. Is that double armory? I think he's going double armor.
Yeah, he is.
He's got armor and weapon going at the same time. Ooh, he has no idea. Goodbye, probe.
He doesn't even get to mine the mineral patch out.
Yeah, so we're going for the super epic long game, and this is going to be a hard map to do it on because Protoss is going to get the island pretty easily. Terran's going to have such a hard time getting that island, so it's always going to be like 5 base versus 4 maximum for Terran, assuming they even get top right. I just don't really know what Casper can do other than camp and just pray for 3-3. Honestly, going Robo is kind of a gift for Casper because we're playing so passive anyways. I can't imagine this Reaver really doing much damage. He is getting speed, so that's kind of good. If Casper only builds 1 turret as a ring around his base, then we can run like 3 shuttles by. You know how a lot of Protoss players play these days. They run multiple shuttles by. They know that you only have 1 turret. They get in the main. They start killing massive depots, like we saw Bonnet with True Touch a few minutes ago.
Oh,
in the 2-on-2 stream where Bonnet killed like 8 depots with his Reaver.
You're right.
That was crazy. Here comes that drop.
It's a speed shuttle. Reavers inside. Let's see what we can do. Actually, speed's not done for it, but it will kick in just a second.
There's no Goliath.
No, there's nothing here. We don't even know that
Oh,
Reavers exist.
no.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Get your clips ready. Here we go. Boom goes the dynamite. 4 straight off the bat. Another Scarab hits right in the middle. It doesn't kill all of the SCVs. So they do, for the most part, escape. But nothing happens here in the main.
He's focusing down that armory. That's actually the +1 weapon armory.
Oh, my God. If he gets that, we're never seeing 3-3 this game.
Oh, yeah, he's not going to get the armory, but I like the SCV kill. He's trying.
He's going to micro it out.
Oh,
Drop on the tank.
Don't do that. He did deny the starport though. So that means the science facility is done. Our +2 spike is delayed. Actually, the Vulture has denied, that top base for a long time. So Oyaji actually doesn't have as big of an econ.
Is it burning down?
I think it is burning down. But regardless.
Okay, never mind. No.
He's got a massive supply lead.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit too high health to burn down, but wishful thinking. Supply lead's huge. Economy's huge. Not as big as it was before, but he's so far ahead at this point. So, like you said, you're hoping for 3-3. Oh, he's coming back.
He wants it. Oh, he almost gets a kill on that science facility. That's an expensive building, especially when Terran's only on 2 base gas. Casper's still struggling to get his 3rd base. He's got a 6th factory coming up. Command Center's
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. There's only 1 tank here.
Are we?
Oh my God! Yes! Another massive Scarab detonation. But Nyoken, the tanks were sieged.
I know they were sieged. The Zealot, it's so strong, doesn't care. Now we have Arbiters coming in. A lot of players go Carriers after this Reaver, but Oyaji's got other plans. And this is what I like. Oyaji is taking a base on Casper's side of the map. He knows he has map control. Transfer a ton of probes there, mine it out. Then even if Casper thinks he can get this base, it's going to be gone or be low resources. So for the entirety of the game, Oyaji is going to be up, at least 1 or 1.5 bases. So this is great. I am so worried for Casper now because we're still sitting without that floated command center. He's had it for so long at his NAT. We're at 6 fact, but we don't have any units really. What is it, 160 to 100 right now?
Yeah, he's on 2 bases with almost 50 workers, so it's time to take that 3rd. But honestly, Casper's working so hard to take this 3rd base. Meanwhile, Oya's got 5. So a little bit of a discrepancy there. We're getting Storm. We're taking up on the way. What is that? Stasis just now starting. So It's not going to be done for a while, but it should come up at about the same time Casper wants to move out and take that third base.
I mean, Oyuji can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
He just needs to bank up the Arbiters. He doesn't even have to do anything else. We've got a turret ring. We got a Wraith. We're really not even using... He actually has double Reaver. So
oh, God.
Casper's actually just never going to get his third base.
Nope. Gets a free shot. Kills 3 Vultures at the same time. Another bonus shot. 5 Vultures down, and the Reavers don't even care about anything.
Rapid, it's maxed 110.
Hey, one of those numbers is bigger than the other. Okay, let me do some math real fast.
God, this is it.
Yeah, this is it. We're going for it.
That's a lot of tanks, but that's a lot of Zealots and so many Reavers. I'm waiting for the juicy Reaver shot.
Okay, he's dropped the double Reavers. Where they go? It's back in the back on top of all the tanks, along with all the Zealots. Stasis, we don't even need that. GG, Grind Boss taps out, and that is going to do it. What a game. Dragon is really, really good. Oya, like, is he better than Dragon? Who's the best Protoss in this group? I don't know if we're watching that great game.
It might be Oya, but Casper, I love the factory, but how did those probes surround it? Like we were saying, if he builds a pylon
and then pylon's the other exit, then
he can't get
it's
out.
Just trapped.
How did he catch it? He caught it twice. Now, how many goons did those SCVs catch?
0.
I mean,
actually, they caught it, and then it glitched right through.
Yeah.
So look, the glitchiness of Dragoons giveth and taketh away. So you kind of got to take both, take the good with the bad. But what I can't believe he killed those Vultures with probes. That's just so insane to me.
Yeah.
Obviously, the follow-up was insane as well. Can't believe that Casper never saw the proxy gateway. He ran by it twice and just missed it. I don't know. Obviously, several things could have gone better. It was a very non-standard game, and it's only game number 1. We've got a best of 3 here, so I'm excited to see if Casper can bring it back. Got a chance to meet Casper, and he is very true to his play style. I'll say that. Oya, very aggressive. So in real life, in the game, at least he's consistent. So let's see if he can come back, or if he can take a second game and then advance on to face Dragon. We get the sickest set of PvPs and finally get to answer the question, who is the best Protoss in Group C? I don't know. So hopefully we get a chance to find out. Otherwise, Casper can come back here. It's Neo Sylphid as game number 2. Let's get into it and find out if Casper is going to bring it back, or if Oya is going to take this game and advance to the winner's match. Okay, here we go. In the bottom left-hand corner, in the green as Terran. From Russia, this is Casper.
And in the bottom right, in the black, we have our Protoss player up 1-0. It is Oya. It's so funny to watch these games because Oya played standard versus models for the first 2, then starting to get aggro. Now we just start off aggro. And I think, are we just going to be playing passive? It's always a very cool mind game to watch from series to series. So let's see what Oya wants to go for. I don't think I've ever seen Casper play a passive game until this one, but that was after his aggressive factory failed.
I mean, I wouldn't even say it failed. It worked. It's just that probes are a little bullshit. So anyway, brand new game, no proxy yet. I say yet because, that probe can just do anything it wants. Crazy hijinks. So it's going to scout correctly. Obviously, it's BSL. Nobody scouts incorrectly in this league. We tell the players where they spawn ahead of time. I'm just kidding. We don't. But it's remarkable how quickly they scout first. Did you see the SCV? Yeah. Going to see it. Going to run right on in. And, wow, this is a great start for Oya.
Gas steal coming in. Now, we did see Casper go for gasless, so I actually don't think he minds being gas stolen since he just did it. Now, can this probe actually get a kill? We know SCVs can't kill probes. That's just a known fact. That's not going to happen.
But they have so much more health.
They have more health. Doesn't matter. Now what does you want to do behind this? You can go gas. You can just take a Nexus really quickly. You know that this is going to be gasless. What's he going to attack you with? Mass Marine? I don't think so. So we'll have to wait and see what Oya's going to go for. I still see no gas in his main. So this looks like we're going to have a Nexus follow-up. First Zealot is being made.
Yeah.
This SCV is getting dangerously low.
There's no way. No,
he's going to get it.
Yeah, he's got it. He got it. Damn,
you knew it was coming.
You already know. I mean, the shields regenerate. He's coming. He's going to come back for more.
The probe is not leaving.
No, it's still
one health.
One health,
of course.
Basically infinity. Send that probe back to mine. He's good.
He is good. So that's already a kill or a probe. Zealot is coming. Casper's not happy about this, I guarantee you. And this is going to be a Nexus follow-up. So we've got one Zealot pressure from Oya. If we skip a depot, we don't have a wall right now. We're going to be running by. I saw this just a minute ago.
But you can build the command center as your depot, Nyoken.
Yeah, so he's going to build the command center. This Zealot is going to run by. I wouldn't be surprised if the probe comes with it too.
It's going to make that race car noise that right as it speeds by.
Here he comes. It's only 2 Marines. A lot of Protoss players will just run by 2 Marines.
Yeah.
There we go. We're in here.
There it is.
We are in.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
And the thing is he doesn't even have to deal damage with this Zealot, because what's going to happen is Casper's going to forget about building his gas.
Oh my god, he's got one. Is he going to get the second Marine? He doesn't even need to go for it. He's going to get a third SCV going down here. Oh my god.
But what does this do? He built a wall now? How does he get an SCV into the NAT to build gas there? How does he build gas at his main? There's no SCVs on it. So this one Zealot that, sure, it got 2 SCV kills.
No. Don't stop counting there.
Oh,
Marine. Oh yeah, he's got the Marine. Oh my god. Okay, he almost had that Marine. That's insane. That Zealot is like the Terminator.
We're still not mining gas. Our cybernetics is done now. There's no gas anywhere.
It's time. Dude, this is Artosis's favorite. He wants to get gas stolen. He loves Bio versus Protoss. But why? Can you go Bio versus Protoss?
You can, but not when Protoss sees it. What is Terran supposed to do now? Are they supposed to go Bio? Honestly,
can you take the gas in your NAT?
You know, a lot of people ask me, like, can you get range for your bunker to defend a goon timing like this, where there's just going to be so many goons? I tell them no, because it's such an expensive upgrade. But honestly, this is one of the few times you need to get it, because straight eBay.
Are we doing it? I think we're doing it.
There's no academy. Everything is so late. I actually feel like he's kind of got to go for it. I mean, he I don't know. He needs to get range though, because we're actually gonna have like 8 goons on a bunker.
Why don't you just repair it?
You can repair it, but you're pulling off so many SCVs.
Well, obviously this is a great start for Oya. His early aggression did very, very well. First Dragoon is out. Obviously, he can't straight up fight the bunker. He's going for it. He's trying to Rambo forward with those tiny little Marine squad. But as soon as the second Dragoon shows up, I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, factories coming down for Casper. He does have a hidden. Is that a hidden command center?
Yeah, I think it is.
That is a hidden command center at the third base. So we saw this versus Lancer X. He had more command centers than he had factories. He was still out macroing Lancer X. I don't know how, yet. How do you defend this bunker is what I'm just wondering.
Well, Dragoon range is about 20 seconds away from being done, less even. So we're going to see what happens as soon as that hits, because, I mean, what do? You've got nothing but Marines. You've gone down this road, and even though now you have double gas mining, your factory is a million years from being done.
It's actually a million years. Third base going up for Oya. And I actually like this, where he's not attacking the bunker just yet. Well, now he is. But I would have liked it more. You back off, because if you back off, Terran doesn't really know how many goons there are. Now he sees it. It's 5, right? So we pull 5 SCVs. But if you just come in at some random time, you just 2-shot the bunker, 3-shot.
Well, and then you try to pull SCVs, but they glitch.
Late. Yeah, it's too late.
Yeah. So he's gonna move forward and try to one-shot these SCVs. He gets 1. He's gonna get 2. Gets 3. Pulls right back. Free real estate. Yeah, he's only got 4 SCVs. He's gonna have to pull even more. He's targeting them down one by one, gets another one. So many worker kills, only loses one Dragoon, and he can still come back. No mining at the natural, tons of damage done.
Yeah, we've got like 45 probes to about 30 SCVs now. First tank is coming out. Still nothing to save this bunker. Third command center is up. And Oyuji has no idea that this is up. So this is something that can get him back into the game. But Oyuji has a third nexus himself. I think at some point Oyuji's going, oh, he's still going. He's picking off so many SCVs. He's taking a lot of damage on his goons, but it doesn't matter. The entire SCV line is getting killed.
I mean, look, if you're trading your army for their SCVs, but the third command center increases the rate at which you can produce SCVs, I mean, that's not the worst trade, right? I mean, he'd never be able to fight the Dragoons straight up. So if he has to trade SCVs and then remake them at a hidden third base,
oh my gosh, he's going again. He just wants this bunker. He knows.
Yeah, he's gonna get it.
He's gonna get it.
Oh, yeah, gets it at the last second, but Siege is out.
Yeah, so Siege is up. He loses 2 goons there. You would say it's not worth, but honestly, it's not even that bad because look how many SCVs aren't mining. Oyuji can do literally whatever he wants. He's had the Robo forever. He's got +1 coming in. I'm waiting to see the Arbiter tech come in. That's what I would actually like to see because he's got such a dominant position right now. He really does need to scout around the map. Anytime you're in a position like this where the opponent can't do anything to you, that's just obvious at this point.
Yeah.
The only way you can lose is to some type of hidden shenanigans, whether it's the proxy factory, whether it's a hidden base. Oyuji needs to send a zealot or an observer just to every single base to see if there's something hidden. If he finds top left, this game's 100% done. Because Casper just has no econ.
Well, so there's a couple of ways you can do this or handle this situation as Oya. You can either go, you can tech up super high, get something like carriers, right? Or you can expand a ton, or you can go for kind of the middle of the road, which is going to be this Arbiter tech coming out. It makes a lot of sense, but he's not out on the map. He doesn't have anything scouting anywhere. He's got 1 observer, but it's not going to scout the hidden base.
Yeah, observer's going to come in here, and does Oyuji read this correctly? Because he should know that, dude, you have 2 factories for this long. There's no armory anywhere. Academy's just coming in. Where could your money be going? Now, to be fair to him, he did kill a ton of SCVs. You're probably thinking like, wow, I really hurt his econ that much. But unbeknownst to him, top left is already up. And Casper's actually doing a good job with that command center because a lot of times I see players don't hotkey this third hidden CC, but he has a lot of SCVs there. So he's getting all of the mineral income, or he's getting the full blunt or full force of the econ there. So really good job from Casper, but something I noticed on the units being built is we've actually got a DT drop coming. So it's going to be ugly because Academy's not done yet.
Academy's not done. There's no, I mean, he does have an eBay. So did he build a turret anywhere? Maybe?
Oh, he's got a turret ring, but guess what? DT's just run by.
Yeah, who care that? Turrets can't shoot DTs. So you push the guy in the turret out, he shoots the DTs. I don't know. Yeah, there's nothing at the Nat either. So,
Arbiter just now started. So actually Casper, well, I don't know if he saw the Stargate start blinking, but if he saw it just start blinking, he should be feeling actually pretty thankful that it just started. He does have a lot of tanks. He is building up his factory count. He's building up his 4th CC. He's gotten really good saturation. But look at the supply. We're down 80 supply.
Is there really no turret at the Nat?
No, there is. It's right there in the middle.
Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah, but there's only 1.
Yeah, there's just 1. I thought we were going to have a DT drop because I did see the shuttle and I did see DTs being built, but it doesn't look like.
Well, there they are. They're right at the front.
They're just waiting.
But there is a turret up, so. Well, you're right. The supply difference is massive. So, I mean, we could just overrun him with Gateway, but obviously adding in these high-tech units like maybe a DT drop in the main while you're pushing the front, or certainly the Arbiter play coming up, is going to be huge. And seeing this command center come up, is this going to tip Oya off? Probably not, right?
No,
he has to be confused looking at that number of units and knowing how much damage he did.
I think this looks pretty normal to him, actually. I wouldn't. No, we're out of position. Here comes Protoss.
No tank Siege. He's gonna have to pull way back. There's 1 tank Siege way in the back. I thought that would have been a better opportunity to fight there for Oya, but he's going to pull back.
Yeah, he pulls back, but it's still 175 to 105. It's so funny looking at this. The goons could kill that base so easily. First Arbiter comes out though, and now Casper knows that he's got to get this third base up, because if he doesn't, anytime he tries to get the third base or fourth base up, he could potentially get recalled. So he needs to set this up ASAP. But without Goliath, that's the first one. It's going to be so hard. Look, he can't even move his tanks forward to get onto that high ground. He's struggling.
I mean, and even then,
Oh, look,
it's
is
not
that
even high ground.
Is that a 5th command center? I think it is. We're trying to take top middle
We're 50
now.
CS, or we're 50 supply down, and we're building a 5th command center. Let's put our thinking caps and figure that one out. I mean,
Ooh, here we go.
eventually he's gonna bust. Oh yeah, bad.
Oh.
Is he gonna catch the shuttle? I think he is.
Oh,
That's
but
only
where's
one
the
Goliath.
Arbiter?
Look at how big this arc is. The
It's
tank
huge.
siege, but there's nothing protecting them. He's gonna dive bomb on top with his shuttle, dropping off the DTs, the Zealots, all on top of tanks. So many dragoons everywhere. The supply plummeting for Casper, and I think this is it. We're gonna breach the natural.
Yeah, this game is over. We're up 100 supply now. Oya-G is just trucking Casper any moment now. Maybe tanks can save the day simply because it's pure. No.
But my hidden base, no. Yeah, I think this is basically over at this point. What are you gonna do? He's all the way in your natural. You got the third base with an extra command center. Maybe you still hang on, but you got no units, man.
Yeah, goons are funneling in one at a time. Fourth base is going down. Nat is gonna go down. Casper's staying, but we have one tank trying to fend off the world here. It's literal max versus
saves
70, and we only have one tank.
Saves the Arbiter too. Nice. Okay, so tanks are good now.
Yeah, well, he killed off the egg, so now actually a goon can fit through. So the game's gonna go on, but Casper, we lost our Nat, we lost our third base. At this point, you gotta be thinking as Oya-G, why are we in this game, right? So now, of all times, we gotta go start scouting the map, because he has nothing.
Well, he's gonna try to dive through and take out. While he gets the science vessel, he's gonna snipe these tanks in the back. Is this a
Oh, is he gonna recall?
loss?
I think he lost the Arbiter though, so we can't recall just yet. We just need rounds of Zealots. We have so many goons, but we can't get through the choke. The Arbiter is so low, it has energy for recall, but I don't think he has it just yet.
If you're Oya, you gotta know the map is just a very dark place. And at this point, you're like, wait a second, what are we
No.
doing? If
Why?
he floats that command center
No,
over,
you can't float it that way. You're gonna get intercepted.
the difference between can't and shouldn't has never been higher at this particular moment. He's gonna keep trying to go in again. Once again, he has almost no, or actually no Zealots. Oh no! He stasis all but the last two tanks. There's the last, I guess, couple Zealots up there. And finally, that's gonna do it. GG. Casper taps out, and we're gonna get our battle of the Protoss players.
Yeah, we're gonna have PvP between Dragon and Oya, and Oya looks good. He looked really good in this game in particular. First game, actually pretty good too, but he's gonna be going up against Dragon, who's been looking really good versus Zerg. Is this gonna be the first time now we get to see Dragon play Zerg, because he plays Zerg.
Ooh, that's
Zerg
right.
versus
He's a dirty race picker.
Yeah.
So, well, actually, he might not. We've seen him play Zerg in ZVZ. We've seen him play Protoss in PvP and do the race swap whenever he wants to. That's going to be insane. I don't even know what we're going to get. It's a mystery. We're going to save that for later. When we come back, find out the mysterious race choice. What's Dragon going to go? How good are the games going to be? Of course, the answer is awesome. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our winners match, another best of 3, and then our elimination match. And then after that, we'll crown the first and second players to advance out of Group C. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more, the BSL Season 9 Round of 16. right, we're back with BSL. Thanks for sticking around. We've got almost 500 people here watching, so big thanks to everybody for coming out and supporting BSL. We have even less chairs than before, but if you donate, then maybe we can get 2 chairs. It's gonna be awesome. But yeah, thanks to everybody. Thanks to everybody behind the scenes. We got a lot of people working on BSL. We had people do the motion graphics for our epic BSL studio on the International Starcraft Space Station. That's really what ISS stands for. We've got even more games coming your way. So we saw all of our players play already. Who do you think looks the best so far, Nyoken?
Dragon looks the best by
Really?
far. Oya looks pretty good, but Dragon just looks so good right now. But he's also only had to play PvZ, I think, so far.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I mean, I guess Oya has to play PvZ coming up next.
Yes, he's gonna have to play PvZ, but I don't think we've seen Oya play PvZ yet. So we'll have to see if his PvZ is as good as his PvT and PvT. But Dragon just really good. So it's gonna be so hard for Oya, I think. And because of Dragon's like super solid defensive style, and since Oya is more aggro, you know, they talk about how in other sports, defense wins the game, right? So I feel like Dragon is just kind of going to stop Oya.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Oya's looking good too.
Yeah, don't believe our production's evil lies. It says that it's a PvP coming up next, but it might not be. I'm trusting that it's not, because Dragon is a race picker. He does not like to play the mirror matchup, so usually he race picks Zerg. And keep in mind, immediately after this, we have the elimination match. Even though it says losers match, we don't think any of our players are losers. We're going to eliminate either Casper or Gorinich coming up next. And I think a lot of people expected Gorinich to maybe even get out of this group in first place. So that would be absolutely crazy. I don't know what to say other than let's get into the game. Our map is going to be Escalade. So I really like round of 16 because we start off our winners match, or our first matches off on Monte Cristo. And then we move on to Escalade, which is also a map that we didn't see a lot in the round of 24. So we've got tons of new maps. Even more is on the line. These players are fighting for actual money now.
Yeah.
Crazy. So without further ado, we can go ahead and get into the map Escalade. You guys are unfamiliar with... sorry, I keep forgetting the order we're showing the slides in. It just means we get to see that cool wipe a little bit more. So we've got Escalade. It's got some high ground. It reminds me of like a kind of that clay fields feel with those little platforms out there. Not quite the same, but yeah, the expo is a little bit harder here, especially when you compare it to clay fields. So let's get into it. This is game number 1 of our winners match between Dragon and Oya to find out which player will be the first to advance on to the round of 8.
In the top right, in the pink, it is our Swedish Protoss, Oya.
And his opponent, a Zerg player. But wait, I thought Dragon was Protoss. This is Dragon, and yes, he does race pick. So this is the Zerg that we were talking about earlier. And I mean, I don't think it's surprising if you guys are like, well, I mean, you know, clearly it's not going to be as good as this Protoss. You're wrong, because it's very, very good. He's actually won ZVZs before as this race. It's crazy how good Dragon is at his off race.
Yeah. Now, whenever you are a race picker like this, it's going to be hard for you to play ladder, though, because you cannot race pick.
Yeah.
So if he ends up playing Zerg, you know, he's going to be playing a lot of ZVZ. I would say a lot of ZVT, but they don't exist in the foreign scene, so he would really only be playing a lot of ZVT.
Whoa, what are we talking about here?
What? When I played in NA, it was like very rare to hit a Terran.
But you're right next to Terra and Dandy.
Yeah, except for Terra and Dandy. So, I mean...
So two out of every 100 games.
You just never hit any Terrans on the ladder.
You just wait until they turn off their stream, and then you start queuing, and you never get Terran. Or at least you never get them. Either way, we got Gateway Opener.
Yeah, but... Dragon's gonna see it. Where's that Overlord going? It's going to the right spot. So he knows pretty soon that this is gonna be a gateway expand. We did see that Gorinich was going overpool every single game, but we've got a 12 hatch from Dragon. Now, how is he going to or actually it's going to be an 11 hatch. So it's going to be a little bit faster. He's going to have out lings a little bit quicker. And this should be able to hold off the Zealot pressure rather easily. Now, Oyaji comes in here. He gets off a first scout too, since he intercepted that Overlord. Now, how many Zealots is always the question. Is it 1? Is it 3? Is it 5? I always remember back to when I first came back. I saw Bisu versus Hero on a map that I've never seen before. And he literally just rallied Zealots the whole game. And Hero couldn't stop it. It was actually disgusting. I was like, is this what PvZ has become? We just rally Zealots?
Yeah,
So,
you leave for a few years and all of a sudden we're just rallying Zealots. And you're like, why didn't we just do this earlier? I mean, that's what Bonus does sometimes, right? Can't believe we still haven't gotten a chance to watch play. Either way, it's going to be interesting to see how Dragon adapts. Kind of, you always wonder, okay, if, Flash was a certain race, how would he play with his Terran play style? Well, now we get a chance to see because he's playing random. And it's kind of the same thing for Dragon. We get a chance to see what his Protoss style looks like transition or translated into Zerg. So here comes the first Zealot. Obviously with the probe, it's super deadly because they combine to 2-hit Lings. The Lings, though, are not even out yet. And the Zealot's already here.
Yeah, no Lings out yet. Zealot probe into the mineral line. Lings are going to pop pretty soon, though. Oyaji's got to do something. Okay, he forces some drone pulls, but that's it. How much damage? Oh, good surround with the drones.
Yeah, he drills onto the probe, so he's going to take the probe out super fast, and the Zealot's going to try to hide behind the mineral lines. There are a couple of places for it to sit where it can only be attacked by a couple of Zerglings at a time. But now more Zerglings are coming out, but more Zealots are coming in. So let's see if he can surround this Zealot. If he can, it'd be huge. Zealot running into the mineral line. And he gets the last hit on the drone. He's going to get another one if he can click it. Doesn't want to lose the Zealot, so he's just going to run it away. But that was still a nice kill.
He does get one drone. The Zealot in the back, I'm watching the whole time. It hasn't moved at all. I really would have loved to try and get the drones while the other one was micring too, but not able to get anything done. Just gets taken out by Lynx. Third Zealot coming in. Fourth Zealot is hiding itself in the middle of the map, looking for that third hatch. Nexus has come up for Oyaji, so it's just non-stop Zealots at this point. He's got gas coming in. It looks like back in the main of Dragon, more than likely, the Zealot got cleaned up or is about to get cleaned up. Yep, there it goes. It goes down. Now Dragon, he's just now starting his gas, so he's actually spent a lot of larva on these Lings. But Oyaji didn't really get much done. How many drones did he get? Like 1?
I think he got 1, maybe 2, but I think it's 1.
Yeah, so he didn't get much damage done. Meanwhile, the drone count is still okay for Dragon. It's 14 to 22. Cannon is coming up. But that's a lot of Lings that may try and bust through. No, actually they're going to turn around. That Zealot snuck across the map. We saw it in the middle. Now it's going into the main. Now this time the Zealot might actually get something done here.
Yeah, there's no Lings. They can try to run back. They are on their way, but they're way too far away. So it's going to get 1 hit, 2, and they snipe it. Okay, he just runs away. I guess this isn't. Oh my God, he's going to get it. Oh no, he's fake. He canceled the auto. What? Oh, okay, so he gets 1 even still. The consolation drone, we like to call it. But that was crazy. I thought that Zealot was going to have at least 1 more kill.
Yeah, I thought for sure he was going to get that extra drone, but now Dragon has fended off the attack pretty easily. He's got a decent drone count. We do have Oya going into pretty fast, +1 weapon. We've got Nat Gas coming up. Citadel, I think, is going up for Oyaji. So there's no Stargate, and we do have a Goon being produced. Every time I see a Goon being made by Protoss this early, I just instantly think, what could this possibly be for? Why are you so intent on getting rid of my Overlord? So Oyaji needs to be careful because he doesn't see anything in the main. So I would be very skeptical of what's in the natural. It feels like it can only be Citadel at this point. Now he's sending the Overlord, but I think the Goon may kill it too quickly.
Is it? Okay, Goon's starting to shoot. It's a pretty tanky Overlord. How long has he got to go before he sees it? He's going to see it.
Oh, he does see it just in time. So Citadel finishes, and I think this is for instant speed. So,
I mean, I'm so happy we get a chance to see 2 different Protoss Zerg games where this happens. But now, it's actually really funny because previously Dragon played the reverse of this matchup. He played PVZ. Now he's playing ZVP. So we get to see if he's not only better than Gorinich, but also if he's better than himself.
Well, we do have speed coming in along with Templar Archive. +1 weapon is getting close to finishing. Speed is probably going to sync up at the same time. But Oyuji is moving out right now. He wants to force out a little more lings from Dragon. And now he turns around. So that was a smart move. But Dragon didn't really fight. I think he's building only 2 more lings. That's really not that much, but at least they weren't drones. So
Yeah,
it's a little bit of damage there.
He's going to have the sunken up on time. Spire will not be on time, and neither will anything that comes out of it. Why is there a Dragoon in this army?
Well, he already had it for the Overlord. Now the Zealots are coming, and they're about to have +1. Speed is about to kick in too. This is actually a pretty good timing, but he's not going to commit to it. There are still a lot of links. +1 is like 10%.
It's a little bit of an anti-timing if you're building +1, but it's not going to be done while you cross the middle of the map, which is, the scary dark woods, So he's actually going to commit to the second Sunken War if still feeling a little bit of pressure here. He doesn't have any information. I guess neither player really has any information, especially without Stargate. You're not going to be able to fly in here and see what's up. It's Mutas.
Yeah, Mutaling. And the funniest part about this is this looks exactly like the Zealot Archon build that Dragon did, and he also went Ling Mutaling.
True.
Here he comes. There's really not going to be any chance for Oyuji to get into the natural, so he is just going to back off for now. He's actually going to pick off the Overlord, and he sees the Muta pop out, so that's critical for him. Now he should turn around.
Yeah, he's just going to have to head for the hills, charting down that one Dragoon as it scuttles away. And I mean, Zealots are Zealots, so it's going to take the Mutas a million billion years to try to kill them.
Look at that.
Splits them off and saves them.
Third Nexus.
Wait, what?
And
oh my god.
No anti-air? We have no anti-air, and we're taking third Nexus.
He's got an Archon out. I mean, that technically counts as anti-air, right?
Okay, I didn't see the Archon, but he does have 1 Archon. He's got cannons set up at each of his bases, and the funniest part is that even though he's losing these Zealots, it buys him time to get that third Nexus up, and now they have 3 cannons surrounding it. So that base isn't going down, and if we look at the probe to drone count, actually, Dragon has more drones than I thought.
Dragon has 40 drones. Are you kidding me? That's insane. Okay, well, I mean, I thought Dragon was economically aggressive taking that third base, but we got 40 drones on the other side. Soon to be 50. He's still droned.
Yeah, he's got enough drones now. This is more than enough. We need to see a lot of Hydra Star coming out. Oh, the probe transfer, but I don't think Dragon's
not
going to see it.
Wait, is he?
Well, he
sees it now, but there's 3 cannons.
Yeah, the cannons are already set up. He may catch a couple probes here. Well, maybe 1 or 2, but that's it, really. So Oyuji basically gets up a free Nexus. It's done with a probe transfer at 9:30.
And he can't even go into the main. There's 2 cannons there. He can, target down a pylon. That's not going to work. Oh, no. Oh, my God. He takes a massive Archon hit. You got to head out of there.
Yeah, he needs to
Oh, my God. Yeah, 2 more Archon hits, and that clump is dead.
We do have +2 weapon in for Protoss. We have +1 weapon coming in for Zerg. But I'm loving Oyuji's position. The supply is still dangerously close for the Protoss. It's about 90 to 80, but his upgrades are so good. He's starting to get out super comp. He's got mass Archon already, but we do have mass Lurkers coming in for Dragon. I don't think we have Observers out just yet, so that's the one. Oh man, we are way behind in the Observer timing.
Yeah, the Lurkers are really going to be I want to say a saving grace here. He's not going to have, wow, he's just for this.
Oh, it's his hold position. It's hold position Lurkers.
Oh my God, he doesn't know. He doesn't know, chat.
Wow.
Chat, be quiet. Don't tell him. I mean, he's not going to go yet. Right as I say that, he's going to run in.
Oh my God.
They are hold position. He's going to run right over
and there's
top
like
of
5 of them.
Yeah, so once he tries to commit to this, it's just going to slaughter him.
God.
Oh my God. He actually pulled the trigger a little early, but thankfully he's going to turn around just in the nick of time. If he had committed to that attack, the game, I mean, it doesn't end, but almost.
It probably just ends because this is 6 or 7 hatch Hydra production from Dragon. He's got +1 coming in pretty soon. We know there's no Observer. So how would you ever counter the Lurkers? DT on the map hasn't found bottom left. An Archon actually gets caught. He only has 2 remaining. And because he's morphed so many Archons, we don't really have... Oh, actually, those Templars have double storm.
Oh yeah, those are the oldies. Some very nice storms. Now you got to watch out for the Mutas. The Archons are guarding the High Templar. Another disgusting storm. Oh yeah, killing it. But now the Archons, they're too far away from the High Templar. They're paralyzed. A storm does hit the Mutas, so
Where's our Observer?
They're not very high health. In fact, they all go down, but there's only 1 High Templar left.
even though he lost his Templars, I think it's okay. He killed so many Hydras. Archon, we cannot lose Archon. That's such a powerful anti-air unit. Also soaks up so many hits from the Hydras. Observer's coming out though, and Oyaji is up 30 supply. He's got his third base already up and running. Dragon needs to get his fourth base up and running. This DT at the bottom left needs to find that hatchery. I don't think the Overlords have speed either. Oh.
Yep, they don't have speed yet, but he's gonna go for it. He's gonna catch the Lurker eggs morphing, which is huge. He has to cancel them. Oh my god! I thought he was gonna wait for the morph, but no, just cancels it, loses everything. And now the supply is even more in Oya's favor. The worker count is gigantic for Dragon, so with this supply difference, it means the army difference is even more massive than you'd expect.
He just GG'd. What?
Okay, well, that's gonna do it. Wow, I'm shocked. Honestly, I'm shocked. Honestly, there we go. Sorry, we were still working this out. I'm shocked, honestly. What just happened there? We were hyping up Dragon. All of a sudden, he changes races and loses.
Yeah.
What's up, Nyoken?
He's gotta go back to Protoss, man.
Dude, I want to see a PvP. Wait, Zero, are we allowed to change races in the middle of a best of 3? Are there? What do you mean you don't think so, Zero? You make the rules. You could just say it. I mean, I don't think so either. You can't just, it's not like a trap card. I'm playing this race now. Yeah, so a lot of people had questions when Flash switched to random. It's like, how random is that? Does he have to tell them when he rolls? Does he have to, can he pick a race or not? No. It's, you have to pick random and then you have to stay random for the whole tournament. So I hope we're a little bit more flexible here in BSL. You can race pick, but not within a series, I think is the rule. But.
Yeah, and Oyaji looks good, but those storms, like all day long, the storms have been crazy. And Oyaji, before the GG happened, was up 30 supply. +1 armor was about to kick in, so you're about to have 2-1 versus 1-0. But he still had 4 bases. Bottom left.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot. He did that while taking an extra.
And it never got found. He didn't even try and defend his bases. You know, defensive Zerg behind Sunkens with Lurkers is hard. And there was, what, 1 Templar we talked about, them all getting picked off.
Yeah.
So I don't think he was dead.
Well, it was 1 Templar, but it had tons of storms. So I don't, it was, the game wasn't over. I would have liked to see that stop Lurker bait work a little bit better.
Yes.
Oh, that would have been choice. We'd still be in that game, but oh, would have been crazy. We're ready for our next game. This could be what I guess a lot of people would consider an upset. I was thinking maybe Oya doesn't make it out of this group. Now he may make it out in first place.
Yeah, this would definitely be an upset. Oya is good, but to get out of a group where you're getting out first with the runner-up last season, and then Dragon, who looks or has looked unstoppable up until this point, this is definitely a big upset. So we'll have to see. Sylphid is a good map. We saw Proxy on here before. Maybe we're going to see some aggro play from Oya, or maybe he'll just go into Forge Expand, but that's really not Oya's style. So I don't know. I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, the map is Sylphid, like you said. Proxies are okay. I would like to see Dragon get a little bit aggro. A lot of random players, you're just like, oh, a random player on ladder. You instantly expect that they're going to cheese you. And now Dragon's not playing random, he's race picking, but still, you never know what to expect. So let's go ahead and get into our second game of our winners match. If Oya wins, he's going on to the round of 8. If Dragon wins, we're tied up 1-1. So let's get into it and see who is going where. All right, here at the 12 o'clock location in the Magenta, playing Protoss from Sweden. It's Oya.
In the bottom right, in the black, we have our Zerg player. It is Dragon. So Dragon, even though he knew that this looked like Zealot Archon, still had the same timing. Now he held it off, or still had the same reaction, Mutiling. But he held it off really well with the Hydra Lurker follow-up.
Yeah.
And it really looked like he was in a prime position.
Yeah, those Lurkers out so fast.
Yeah. It was like a direct counter to what Oya had, because the observatory wasn't even being built. The Robo was like halfway done when the Lurkers were already done. So he was in a great position, but the storms, just killer.
all day long, like you said earlier. We gotta have a class. This can be a Patreon goal. It's like Zero teaches Zergs how to move their Hydras out of Storm. Maybe Zero would have to practice that a little bit himself. But all I'm trying to say is there's room for improvement there. The Storms have been insane. We even had some Maelstrom just to guarantee that they'd be insane. I don't think Oya is quite that Maelstrom player, but one thing's for sure. I don't think Dragon can afford to keep playing like that and win the series.
Well, we do have Gateway Expand from Oyaji. So again, he's going to be putting the pressure back onto the Zerg. We see it so often these days. And again, we're going to have an 11 hatch from Dragon. Again, he's going to get scouted first. So last game we saw, it looked like 3 Zealots before the Nexus, maybe 2. But Oyaji consistently pumped them out. We had a 4th one go to the center of the map and then loop back around. But actually, Dragon held off the Zealot pressure very well. And Oyaji still transitioned into the mid. Oh, what's this?
Wait a second.
What is this?
So, yeah, this is a gateway opener, but I guess maybe he proxies the second one.
This could be a proxy gate, but the thing is Overlord's sitting right there. If the Overlord went to the left side, I would actually love this because it doesn't know that the Nexus is going to be delayed.
Wow. How many gateways is he building in the middle? Did you build 2? So he builds the one back at home, and that says, well, everything's okay. But
I have to say, I've never seen this before.
No. This is really weird because, you know, with most races, you can proxy like a second tier building. It's 2, the 3 gate. What does he think this is? PvP?
So we've got Gateway Expand is what it looks like, followed up with Proxy 2 gate. So it's actually 3 gate. And
I mean, he's going to see the Nexus never come up.
Yeah, you're going to see the Nexus never come up. So what are you thinking? I guess as Zerg, you're potentially thinking, well, he must be one base teching, right? So you don't have to actually build that many links to hold off 1 gate. But we're going to have these 2 Zealots turn into 6 Zealots.
Well, he's also going to see the Zealots not stay at... I guess they wouldn't stay at home normally. I mean, everything...
Oh my gosh, he's taking another main.
Oh my god. Well, is this a successful bait? Is Oya, the god, going to the round of 8?
I'm speechless. I've played this 20 years and I've never seen someone gateway expand with 2 gates in the center. And it makes perfect sense because, oh my god, the stutter step control on the Zealot is pretty good too. Got 2 lanes.
Hasn't even lost the shields yet.
Look, the Overlord is so slow. By the time he realizes that, hey, there's no Nexus, it should have been up by now, it's gonna be too slow to get into the main to check if it's tech.
This is insane. He's gonna have 6
Look,
Zealots.
it's still sitting there. He still doesn't know, or he still doesn't recognize.
I love the probe
He's
there.
droning now.
He's like, wait a second, that probe's not gonna build a Nexus. And then the Overlord has to like pull up his like rotary dial phone and call back home to the Overmind, like, I don't think there's gonna be a Nexus here. And then 6 Zealots show up.
This is over.
Yeah.
He's actually reading this correctly because he's building more lings. But
there's like 1 ling for every Zealot. Like,
oh, now he knows that the gig is up because there's 5 Zealots. How do you have 5 Zealots? There's only, 10 links? This is too late.
No, yeah.
And also, the Zealots can just hold position at that little choke.
Yeah, they can hold position.
Oh, no, they're cornered.
Yeah, they ran the lings into a corner. They're just going to get slaughtered. You can actually even just focus down the Sunken at this point. He's going to try to morph it, but it loses 100 HP when it finishes morphing. So, I mean, even though, just like the Power Rangers, it is morphin time, it won't be for very long.
Zealot in the main while this is also happening. We'll have to see how many kills that gets. Sunken gets up by some miracle. Good defend in the main, but we can't stop this. The 3rd hatch is all the way across the map, so we can't even use those larvae. Drone drill. It's over.
No, I'm sorry.
He's done it.
Do not pass go.
Look at the Overlord. It's in the main now.
Do not collect a trip to the round of 8. You are done. It's
you
over.
You are done.
Yeah, it's over. Okay, wow. Damn. Oya, how many gateways does it take? 1, 2, 3 is the answer, apparently. This is insane. I'm so excited. Oya is, I think, really defying a lot of everyone's expectations. I mean, Gorinich, down. Dragon, down. It's too much. He's got Zealots everywhere. There's no drones. There's no lings.
He's focusing, or he was focusing down the drones. There's just so many Zealots. The 3rd hatch on the other side of the map, I haven't seen anything get made there, but even if it does, it just doesn't matter. There's just too many Zealots. This Nat hatch is going to fall. So many Zealots just rallied. Now he also has a Nexus coming up. So even if this game goes on, We have 4 drones.
I love the Nexus. He's like, wait a second, it should be over now. And it is. GG. Congratulations, Oya. He did it. He true touched it. He, I think, defied everyone's expectations in what, I mean, we characterized him at the beginning of the stream as a very aggressive player, right?
Yes.
I felt like he was actually like, especially in game number 1, he wasn't extremely aggressive. Like maybe he went for like a nice +1 timing. You're like, wow, gonna get in there. But game 2, look, you got to play to your strengths, right?
Yeah, these types of players are the hardest to play against because they have the image of being aggro and then they play a normal game. What do you read for them?
How do you tell? How do you tell?
Are they just gonna play normal again? Are they gonna play aggro again? But this game was actually genius because, as I was saying, even when Dragon realized, hey, there's no Nat, he must be doing something right. Why are we proxy 2-gating in the center of the map? 99% of the time, this is tech in the main, so you don't actually need that many links to stop Zealot. And he started droning. No, can't do that. So actually genius.
Yeah.
And I'm actually kind of worried for Zerg players on the ladder now, at least foreign scene, because this is happening. I guarantee it.
Well, if you look at the stats for Oya, he hasn't made it past the round of 24 before.
No.
So he's now not only further than he's ever been, he's now even further than he's ever been, if you want to think about it that way. Crazy to see that he is so good. And we're not going to see him anymore today because he's gone. He's done. He's in the round of 8. Instead, we move on to our losers match, and that is going to be Casper versus Gorinich. Now, Gorinich, like you can see right there, made it all the way to what was an epic finals last season. So crazy against Boneth. He really put up, I think, a better fight than almost anyone else. And so for Casper to go up head-to-head as a player who's never advanced beyond the round of 24, he's already done better than he's ever done before. But I mean, Gorinich is a big, bad roadblock.
Yeah, Casper's really good, but Gorinich is
really gooder.
Good. Yeah, he's, I don't know, like if we look at the stats, actually Casper's 07 versus, so it's already not looking good for him. But I don't think that's correct because we just saw him last week take out Bobo. So we can't
pay no attention to the statistics on screen.
But Casper did get away with murder in the games versus Bobo. I remember what he went for fast +1 despite seeing 2 hacks, didn't get punished for it. I think if he tries that this time, Gorinich will definitely punish him. But if Casper can get away with murder like that, then he's going to be in a prime position to take him out. +1 is really good versus humans.
Yeah, but even though Gorinich has a sweater that says human inside, I don't know if that's true. I think he's a Terminator, dude. This guy is so good. He's so strong. It's going to be a tough battle for Casper. But they are both Russian. They both play against each other all the time. They both got their RGC accounts, training up, practicing from the Russian cyber games. So it's not like they've never played each other before. So maybe that meta comes into play. I don't know. I just want to see this game and get into our lower bracket. Because one of these guys, we're not going to hear from anymore. If Gorinich loses here, pretty easy.
It's going to be similar to Eon Zerg a few seasons ago. Being eliminated in round of 16. And that would put Casper up versus Dragon potentially. And Casper, we've seen, he beat Lancer X. So he could have a chance of making it out. And then who we thought, Dragon and Gorinich getting out, would be completely
it would be exactly the opposite.
Yes. It would be the 2 aggro players making it out. So let's see if Casper can actually make an upset here. First map is Whiteout. We saw Ultra versus TT1 on here. I'm trying to think, was there a TVZ on here? I don't think so, but generally I'm not a big fan of this map facing Mutalisk unless you're going for Goliath, so we may see Casper go for that.
All right, well, our liquid bet points on the line here. Already not looking so hot. It's Casper versus Gorinich, game number 1 in the elimination match in Group C, the round of 16 of Season 9 of the BSL. Let's see who's going to make it to our final match of the night. Who will be eliminated first? Oh, all right. Here he is in the bottom, in the blue, playing Terran from Russia. It's Casper.
And in the top right, in the red, we have our Russian Zerg. It is Gorinich. So whiteout. I don't think we've seen Terran versus Zerg on here this season. So we'll have to see how Casper wants to respond here and how Gorinich wants to respond. We know that Zerg players these days almost exclusively going 2-hatch, rarely see 3-hatch.
Yeah.
We saw Crossy last week pull out an interesting style of ZVT with the 2-hatch into a 3rd hatch in his main, but it's hidden.
Yeah, and I think that was supposed to be a lot more surprising than it actually turned out to be. You don't see a lot of innovation nowadays. Back in my day, I think when I first started watching, or like watching kind of the revival of Brood War in Korea, the Advanced StarLeague, it was just kind of the predecessor to the ASL. You actually saw 3-hatch versus Terran quite a bit. You just build the macro hash in between your main and your natural. You're good. Not so. 2-hatch Muta, almost guaranteed. What do you think about that on this map?
It's going to be really good. Nat's pretty open. The bottom side of the base is pretty open. All around the main is open. You have to put up turrets everywhere. The mineral line isn't completely up against the wall. That's one of the things I hate about maps like this or Destination. Like, there's half of the mineral lines out in the middle on the side. So we'll have to see. Ooh, we do have fast gas for Casper. It's actually, I think, an 11-11 here. So we are setting up into mech. We do have the Nat going down for Gorinich. We have to wait and see, is this going to be 3-hatch? Is this going to be 2-hatch? What's going to be the gas timing? But since this is an 11 gas, this is going to be a little bit faster than standard. And maybe we will see a starport follow-up. We already saw Koget go for Wraith. We still could have drops, which I've been waiting to see, but haven't seen just yet. There's the spawning pool, and now there's no gas. Okay, there it goes. It is going to build the gas, but this is a 215 gas, so actually a little bit slower than the pool gas timings we've been seeing, so it's a little bit more economical.
Yeah, just pointing out, Ziki played Ultra earlier, but I guess that was on Whiteout and La Mancha. So, oh, Koget and Jaeyoon played on this map.
That wasn't this season.
No.
But yeah, Ultra Ziki. I don't even remember that.
Yeah, I don't even. we pretend like the round of 32 didn't exist, guys. Sorry. So if you guys have any other epic stats to reference, drop them in the chat and we'll credit you. That's our research. As far as this, I guess, matchup goes, we kind of know what to expect from Gorinich, at least technically. From Casper, I just have no possible clue. I thought he was maybe even going to go well, I guess it's 1-1-1 right now, right?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be...
Not like factory expand.
It could be both at this point. He's got SCVs pulled off of gas, so this does look like we're going to see an expansion. He goes instant add-on. So he must want to do something with this, because normally you go 12 gas into factory, into vulture, and then potentially an add-on. So maybe that's the reason we got the 11 gas. So the extra 5, 6, 7 seconds can be used towards getting the add-on. And this is probably going to be for speed, knowing Casper. He just always wants to be in your face. He's also got 2 put back onto gas. So this is, there it is, there's speed. So we're running by. This is just what Casper loves to do. SCV is still alive. If he can keep the Ling's attention for long enough to get speed, that's going to be an easy run by for him.
I don't understand how you name yourself Casper, but you're not very friendly. Doesn't live up to the name at all. He is going to try to run by, and that's going to be really, really exciting to watch. Just saying, if you had a 3rd hatchery providing SimCity between your main and your national, maybe not.
And the Overlord's moving
Misses
back
it.
at a very bad position. I don't know what he's looking for. Is it potentially for proxy? Does he think that a Wraith could be coming? If he thinks a Wraith is coming, this is actually very smart. But now he has no idea that vultures are going to run by with speed in the next, 30 seconds or so. I like he's got a drone on hold position on the ramp. That's actually genius, but they're going to get instantly blown up once he reaches 3 vultures.
Yeah, and it's not even about the mutas coming out. They're not going to be here in time for sure. This is going to hit super fast, super hard. That drone's going to explode into a hatchery as the block. But once again, they just run by, and unless the drones can clutch block the wall.
Actually, if you look at where the larva is with the building placement, if he morphs an egg, I think that will prevent the vulture from running by, like right now. If he goes right now and morphs an egg, Oh, what's this game sense from Gorinich? He puts a Hydrant in right at the perfect time.
What a god. How does he know? How does he do it? He's still going to maybe lose a drone, but no, he pulls in time. No way for the vultures to get through, and he kills one of them when the last shot's fine.
Yeah, he killed 2 vultures there. So actually, the actual perfect timing from Gorinich right there, and to also see speed lets you know that Terran actually committed a lot to this, and because of that, that means the Goliath count is going to be lower, or he's going to have sacked SCVs to get the Goliath count up to an even number.
Anyway, there's just less stuff than you have otherwise.
Oh, we have +1 weapons. So we've been seeing +1 weapon consistently throughout BSL, and that generally means you don't go for a timing, but they've attacked with it anyways. So we'll have to see if Casper is going to attack with +1 weapon. It is going to allow him to poke down Mutalisk a little bit faster. But other than that, +1 really isn't that great versus Hydras. In fact, it makes no difference versus Hydras. So what to see, is Casper going to attack with +1 weapon regardless? Is he going to go into the vessel? What is he exactly going to do with these Goliaths that he's pumping out? Muta count is at 7. We do have 3 Hatrim. Everything is very standard from Gorinich right now. Vulture intercepts the drone right as the Muta leaves.
Oh, snipes it! You dastardly Vulture. That is, oh, that's crazy. Either way, big delay on that expo. Still a 2 hatches for now. Well, I guess.
Oh, he got another
one. My god. No, last hit doesn't come through. Why do they heal 1 HP?
That's what I want.
It's so broken. You have to 3 hit them instead of 2 hitting them. He gets the hatch up instead of not getting the hatch up. God.
Well, regardless, Casper has pushed these, or kept these Mutalisks back for a long time. That means he can really get his econ going. He's only lost 1 SCV right there. That's the first one that's going down. He's got 3 fact already up. +1 weapon's going to complete pretty soon. So everything is going perfectly for him. He's also delayed the 4th and 5th hatch of Zerg. Hydras are starting to come in now. But I'm loving his position. I really would have liked him to get armor before +1 weapon. But other than that, everything's fine. Mutas are doing nothing. Luckily for Gorinich, it's only 7. So this is the magic number to one-shot SCVs. It's not like he's going hard on Mutas that a lot of players go for.
How do you tell whether or not the Zerg player is going for like a critical mass?
Oh, you don't.
Carapace Mutas.
You don't. That's the drawbacks with this build. No academy forever. Nobody ever gets it. The only player I've seen get it is Light, but nobody else gets the academy. And you're really in the dark unless you scout like the SCV that just went by right there. He scouted. Hydras are already coming out. We see another factory coming down. We are getting siege for sure, or at least pretty soon. So he knows that he needs to get his tank count up pretty quickly. Here comes some Mutas, but they're really not going to find any success here, I don't think.
It's still 7. There's already turrets up. Lots and lots of turrets. Goliath's instantly reacting to head down to the natural. Muta's kind of stuck out in no man's land. They're not invisible, so they're still going to come in here and try to keep one-shotting these SCVs. This just does not look as effective as it needs to be.
Yeah, it's not working out that well. And Casper already has enough SCVs that it's okay to lose some. He's still going to be able to support his 5 factory, I think. It's going to be a little close because he's only on 35 SCVs, but this is pretty all in from him. He went for +1. He didn't get a science facility follow-up, so there's no +2 power spike. There's no irradiate power spike. And because, oh, he catches some Mutas though. He's really just waiting to bank up his tank count. He cannot afford to lose these Goliaths at all. He needs to just sit in his base, wait for +1 armor. Once +1 armor hits, just go. He's still continuing to cut SCVs.
Well, I mean, he's in such a powerful position right now.
He's actually a command center coming up.
Wait, really? I thought he was... Okay, never mind. It looked like he was kind of powering up there, and he is pushing out right now, but hopefully, or hoping for CC on the other side. I mean, this is still a vulnerable place. You don't want to push way out in the open and then get blindsided by Hydras, right?
Yeah, and if Zerg had been building extra Mutas right now, and the Goliaths move out in front, the Mutas just swoop into the main and kill everything. I've had so many players just focus down my armory when they see my Goliaths move out. It's actually tilting. So Casper has to be a little bit worried about that. We see that more Mutas actually are being built.
It's Carapace 2 halfway done, by the way.
Yeah.
You get 2 Carapace on Mutas, how much damage do
They're
you
not
take?
dying.
No damage.
No damage. And there's not really that many Goliaths being built anymore because he's starting to go into Tank Vulture. Wow, look at the little saturation he has. He can't even mine completely his main. So that's how hard Casper is cutting to get out units, which is why it's so surprising that he took a third base. I thought for sure he was going for a timing. He's sending more.
It's the eco cut. You cut SCVs to get your command center out faster, and then you rubber band by building even more SCVs than normal.
Okay, so actually Casper is really messed up here. He
Yeah.
sent so many SCVs to the third base that now he's not mining efficiently at the main or the natural. This is really going to affect his econ going into the later stage of the game. Here comes a Vulture run by, catches a couple drones.
Oh, actually he gets the transfer. I mean, as they run away, he's just going to chase them all down. Way more drones than I expected him to get. He doesn't even lose the vultures.
And he runs away, but here comes Gornich. It triggered an all-in, but Casper has so much, and there's mines, and I don't think he's expecting that.
This is before the Carapace Bermudas hits, too, so he's not going to have those stronger air units. The tanks just massacre the Hydras on the ground, and I don't know if this is working, Ioken.
Well, Gornich still kills a lot of the army there. Sure, he lost his whole army, but 5 mutas remain. He did lose a bunch of drones though, so he's got to be careful. But unknowing to him, Casper's econ really is not very good despite having 3 bases. So for now, Gornich is still in an okay spot. But as I say that, instant counterattack from Casper. But I think there's too many mutas.
Yeah, he actually risks his low Goliath count being hurt now because the Carapace Bermudas is done. These mutas are not going to take a lot of damage. I think he's about to find out that he overpushed a little bit. The Goliath count is not what it needs to be. The Goliaths will die. The tanks are still coming in, even though the Goliaths won't be there to protect them.
Yeah, all the tanks are going to fall. We do have one.
Oh no, is that mischance? That Goliath lived for 1,000,000 years.
I think it's just because he focused down the other tanks first. So this push gets cleaned up really easily. Now supplies are very close. Worker count is much better for Casper now. It's 52 to about 35. And he's still in an okay position. He has, 7 factories now? After he threw that army, I was really worried, but because he got those drone kills and because the third base was shut down, actually Gornich doesn't have that much other than these 12 Mutalisks. If we spam turrets, Casper's still in a fine position. I don't know. I don't think Gornich needs to go for this. He needs to drone cycle because he's actually still pretty low on drones at this point.
He's pretty low, but he's actually going to go for this again. This is a little still overzealous, but there's less tanks this time, less Goliaths for sure, and this +2 armor makes the mutas even more effective.
4th base is up for Gornich. That's why I wanted to see the next drone cycle come in. He catches the science facility right before it completes, and now we can focus down those armories. Like I was saying, Goliaths are out of position. They're coming back to save this base, but with +2 armor, mutas really aren't going to take that much damage. Also, it's only 3 Goliaths, so really not worried about it that much.
Yeah, there are a few, but I mean the Carapace just makes these mutas so strong. There's also 9 of them, so yeah, Gornich is in a pretty good place as long as you don't look at his drone count.
So he does have his 4th base up and running now. We do see a few drones coming in. Still more Mutalisks being made for Gornich. So he's content with just going with mass Hydra, mass Muta, which is fine as long as you can get rid of all of the Goliaths. If there's ever a moment where the Goliaths are too far forward or the tanks are too far back, that can easily turn the tides in favor of Gornich. Also, building these mutas nonstop exposes the main constantly.
Yeah, they just keep running in. What are you going to do? Move out? Protect your third base? I think not, Nyoken. I mean, eventually vessels will come out. He did delay the science facility, but not for very long.
Casper has started +2 weapon now, so we are starting to go into more powerful upgrades. This armory on the side might get picked off. He's just now started +2 armor also. I don't see any vessels out so far for him. No Irradiate Vulture run by. Doesn't get any kills just yet. Sunkens are set up, so that's good for Gornich. He holds. Supplies are very close. That's what you want as a Zerg player. 110 to 120. Zerg can easily win any fight right at this moment if Terran moves out. Something I'm noticing also is I still don't think we have scan. So we still don't know the unit comp for Zerg. It could be Queens, it could be Mass Hydra, it could be Mass Muta.
Yeah, he has absolutely no idea. He's actually pulling back before he
It is
overextends,
Mutas.
but I think he's still a little bit too far out of the map. It is mass Muta, the +2 carapace, and the low Goliath count really makes this super powerful. Now, he doesn't want to just fly in and try to brute force it, but this is going to hit before Irradiate, and that's just making these Mutas so powerful.
Yeah, Irradiate is not done yet. Vessels aren't even out yet, so he's got to get some energy. 5th base going up for Gornich. Everything's going fine for him. +2 weapon is going to kick in soon for the Terran player, pretty soon though, about a minute more for that. His 3rd base is almost mined out. We see a 4th command center going up for Casper. It looks like he wants bottom left. That's going to be a pretty hard position to defend though. He's got to send his units so far to defend it. Look at how many Mutas there are. He's definitely got to have these armories in sight.
Yeah, it's like 2 control groups of Mutas at this point. Just going in, going for it. You can snipe these upgrades. It would be huge. And a little bit of a detour, but the Goliaths are way out of position.
Yeah, he's just going to counterattack. I think Gornich focuses down these armories and then goes and saves his base is the play, but instead he's just picking off turrets. But unless you're picking off something important, Casper's just going to move across the map. His army's actually huge.
Is he turning around?
He's got it now. These Hydras are buying time to prevent Casper from counterattacking. 3rd base is going to fall. Command Center, Science Facility, Armory stays. All might fall too. Goliath still haven't turned around. A Vulture cycle, that doesn't help him.
What is Casper doing? He's just chilling in the middle of the map. Finally, he is turning around. But like you said, the Hydras are going to buy so much time. The Armory is not focused at all. The main is in shambles, but those upgrades are still kicking.
+2 just kicked in for Casper. So luckily for him, that upgrade completes. He's gonna deny +2 armor though, which is also a huge spike. So many Hydras for Gornich though, and he has good econ. But the tank count is huge, the Goliath count is huge. Don't be fooled by the supply. We just lost about 20 SCVs.
Yeah, also Irradiate on the Muta is not that effective. He's not gonna have another one for when this actually huge Muta flock shows up. So that could actually be a really, really big moment because these Hydras are still counterattacking now that the tanks have unsieged, and so even more SCVs are going to be lost.
Yep, and now the Mutas are back, and I think he got both of the armories, so actually we can't produce any more Goliaths at this point. So
oh my God,
by
you're right.
some miracle, all these Goliaths go down, Mutas will just reign supreme. Oh, actually,
yeah,
there's still
one.
one.
Yeah,
Still one left over. But this is a huge army from Casper. But Gornich is doing a good job to just buy time. He gives
Wow,
up
he
that
wasted
base.
that 3rd base.
Yeah. 2 Hydras kill this base.
Oh my God. There's also 4 AFK Goliaths just chilling there. They could have saved it. Or they could be fighting, but instead they're not doing anything.
Well, Gornich needs to be careful now because the vessel has Irradiate. They're so clumped up. That's how many Mutas.
Okay, so he does Irradiate, but he gets pulled instantly. Insanity numbers of Mutas here, but I don't think they're actually all attacking yet. Now, finally, he's going to pull the entire Muta. Muta's blocking the sky, and unlike the 300, fighting the Shade will not work out for Casper's army. The Goliath count, not what it needed to be. This +2 carapace, insane. And it's going to take everything down. Now, if he loses his nat, it's still bad, but I think losing this army is much worse for Casper.
Yeah, Casper's in a terrible position now. He lost all of his Goliaths. He still has about 10 at his 3rd base, but I don't think we have the vessel anymore either, so there's not any mass Irradiate. More Mutas coming out. I think now's the time to switch into Hydras because as a Terran player, you're not thinking about building tanks now. You're thinking about, oh, I need Goliath.
Yeah.
Where Hydra would just instantly counter that. Command Center being built for Casper. He doesn't realize that the 3rd one never died. So that's a waste of money there. Everything going wrong for Casper now. But I still think even though we built more Mutalisks, Gornich, look how many Mutas this is. It's +1 weapon also.
Oh my God, he did get the +1 weapon. I didn't even see that on the screen. Well, I mean, these Goliaths, did they stand a chance? No, not really. They're so clumped up. The bounces are dealing full damage. I mean, he's going to pull back instead of just trying to brute force it with the Mutas because I think he knows the longer this game goes on, the better it is.
Yeah, this is why Hydras would have been nice there because you saw that army. It was pure Goliath. So Hydras would have been amazing in that fight. What's funny is Lurkers would still be amazing because we still don't have Comstat at all. But as played, Hydra Muta is going to be more than enough, I think. There's just too much Gornich. Supplies are close.
Good luck getting that base up. Yep. Nope.
The econ is too good for Gornich. He still has 4 bases despite losing his 3rd. And we're about to mine out in our main, nat, and 3rd base for Casper.
Yeah, I mean, bases are going to mine out pretty soon, main and nat for Gornich, but at least he has more expos coming up. He's just getting his 5th base up right now. So, everything looks pretty well saturated. Well, I don't know. I don't mean just, but it's there. Wait, I thought he was getting 5th base. Never mind. All right, soon TM. Goliath count is big, but not safe enough for him to move out for now. I think he's really going to be skeptical of these mutas.
Well, Casper's not out of it yet. He still has 2-1. He has vessels. I saw at least one. He's building more tanks, more Goliath. If Gornich goes for a bad engagement, like at the 3rd base, that's basically mined out, that could give Casper an opportunity to counterattack. But right now, Gornich is in a great position as long as he just stays on his side. Let Terran try and make something happen, because Gornich doesn't need to do anything. He just needs to build up a consolidated army. His upgrades are so good.
Yeah, he's about to have 2-2 for mutas. These are the strongest mutas we've ever seen. Have we ever seen 2-2 mutas in BSL? Not this season.
I don't think so. Here come those mutas again. This is whiteout. You just know where all the Goliaths are. Just backstab them in the main. And this command center is going to get, or this mineralized get wiped out. Draws Goliaths down here. Doesn't want to stay too long because he knows vessels have irradiate. So command center gets denied. He's just picking him apart. Oh, there we go.
Okay, that's a decent irradiate. Second irradiate gets pulled pretty quickly, honestly. These are not the irradiates you're looking for. C3PO and R2D2 irradiates. They get taken out. The Marines deal massive damage in the main, down to 30 SCVs on like 2.5 bases. Those SCVs are doing nothing. The base is completely mined out. He's going for it. I mean, the mutants just kind of die.
Yeah, they disappeared. And Casper has so much. The arc from the Goliath was amazing. Everything just got obliterated. Gornich luckily still has big econ. He still has 5 bases. Casper, unfortunately, mined out at the 3rd now. We've got to get another base because this is it for us. We just don't have any econ. Not even mining in the main.
Wow. I mean, that's kind of a throw, right? I mean, right when Casper is vulnerable economically and he desperately needs to get another base, his opponent throws away his whole army. So now he's actually pushing to attack. I think what he should do instead is push to take another base. But he's pushing out instead.
Is Casper going to do it? He just has so many units.
Yeah, I don't think you should throw away your mutas right here. He's trying to like snipe anything that he can, but the mutas need to reach critical mass. I mean,
I don't think it can be stopped. There's
think?
a radiate also. Look how much this is.
I mean, that is a ton of mech. It's very highly upgraded.
There's a 20 worker supply advantage for Gornich too. So even though it's 110 to 90, it's actually like it's 110 versus 70. Gornich is just funneling in. There's nothing.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. Oh my God. Well, I guess we're all learning things tonight, Nyokin. We saw the strongest mutas we've ever seen before, and yet it turns out that you still can't fly your whole army in to double irradiates, Goliaths, and tanks that kill all your Hydras. So, oops, that did not work according to plan. It's like Gornich was winning until he lost, you know?
The upgrades were so good for Casper the whole game, and it literally, this was the only attack Gornich had to stop because there's nothing left. He had no econ. This was the Hail Mary that Casper got to work. Oh my gosh. Now Casper is 1 game away from eliminating Gornich. And remember, this was after a failed Vulture run by.
Right.
Everything was slower. He went, what happened after that? Like he went +1. He cut SCVs.
Mm-hmm.
He got a 3rd command center up, but really didn't get to use it. And actually that Vulture run by to the 3rd that Casper did, remember that killed the drones? And then he had that push. That was actually really good, but then he lost all his tanks. So I don't know what happened.
We're gonna use the casterism a back and forth game, which means, I mean, things happen. We're not too sure totally what they all were, but in the end, Casper wins, and I think a lot of people should be surprised, myself included. All the voters on the BSL poll, very surprised right now. So I guess we just have to get into the next game. The map is going to be La Mancha for our next map. I guess this makes it harder if you want to try to something crazy like proxies or something like that. I really like La Mancha as it's added in. It's like a nice kind of 4-player like compromise instead of having fighting spirit for the 10,000th time.
You don't like fighting spirit? Come on, everybody likes fighting spirit. Except Artosis, who just whines about it, can't take a third base.
Yeah, but Artosis would play 2,000 games on the same map in a row and be like, wow, what a great experience. I like to see different maps, and so it's cool to see La Mancha back at it again. But I think what's even more surprising is that I mean, I think everybody's predictions are just going to go out the window here. If Casper, who has never been past the round of 24 until this season, beats Gorinich, who went all the way to the finals of last season, I think it's safe to say that's an upset. So let's get into it. The map is La Mancha. It's Gorinich down 0-1 against Casper. Let's see if he can bring it back or if Casper is going to advance on to the final match of the night. All right, here we go. In the upper right-hand corner in the red from Russia, this is our BSL Season 8 finalist, Gorinich, down 0-1.
And in the bottom right, we have our blue Terran from Russia also. It is Casper. And I didn't even think this was possible. We get runner-up last season. Gorinich is about to lose 0-4 in this group. If he loses 0-4, that's just like, such a disappointment to go so far last season and then just get knocked out in your first round matches. And Casper, I thought he was dead. Gorinich had everything going for him. He just had to hold that last attack. Well, Casper, he's doing it, man.
Yeah. I mean, he's doing it, but let's keep in mind, it's not like he was doing it for the whole game, okay? That game was very back and forth, so what are we doing?
I think that depot already messes up his gas.
But isn't it placed there to help the gas mining?
You place it to the left one. So already, oh no, this is already a disaster. Now, I hope Casper notices this, or I hope that this is a La Mancha specific depot that actually helps him, but I don't think it does.
We're not allowed to have only Hitchhiker for BSL 10-0. Nyoken will have to solo cast that season if you do only Hitchhiker. God. Well, I just want to watch that first SCV start mining from that gas. That's going to be exciting for me.
I'm worried that it's going to go off to the right and then down. That's usually what happens. So we'll have to wait and see. This is 11-11 again, so everything is the exact same. We do have Gorinich with another first scout, so he's going to find Casper quickly.
He's going to walk in, see the depot, and then type LOL in chat. Like, what's going on there?
Let's see. Yeah, it's a little off.
I mean, it's not as bad as it could be, but it's still not great.
Yeah, it is actually not as bad as I thought. So this isn't really going to mess it up that much. So we do have actually, I think this was a 9 pool from Gorinich. We didn't even notice it. The Overlord just comes out. SCV gets picked off instantly.
Damn.
And already Casper's in trouble because it's already hard enough to stop a 9 pool in general.
Well, now we don't have to worry about whether or not those gas SCVs would mine efficiently. They're not there. They're blocking the natural. They're trying to keep this single Marine alive. And I mean, I don't think there's any way 6 lanes can break through that.
It shouldn't break through that, but you never know. Magic happens sometimes.
They just run right through, pop the Marine instantly.
Is he going to go for it? Gets 1. La Mancha. Oh, he's going to get 2.
He's going to get 3.
He's going to get 4.
Yeah, but all the links die.
Oh, okay.
Wow, actually, that's not a bad trade.
Yeah, 4 SCVs for 6 links, plus Casper went for 11-11, so it's more, it's a bigger hit to your econ. So that was actually really good from Gorinich, despite losing all of his links. But now he does have to be careful because he still didn't see, I don't think, the factory. No, I don't think he saw the factory. So if Lings come out and there's no sunken, we push across the map with 4 Marines and a Vulture. We're not stopping it. This needs to be an instant sunken.
Yeah, and it is.
That's good. And
now, are we going to have I mean, he already scouted with the SCV earlier, but it got picked off so fast.
Yeah, but now the Overlord sees the Vulture, so he knows 100% what's coming. The sunken is set up in a position where Vultures could run by to the back of the base, but I don't think so. So this is good timing from Gornich.
It's good timing, and if he hits instant mutas after this, I mean, that would be a really good read. The Sunken is going to block the Vulture. It takes 2 hits and gets out.
Oh, no, he's not.
Yeah, what was that? He was trying to fight the Sunken, but...
I think it was just a little synced up at the wrong time. The Vulture went in, took a couple hits,
Oh,
unfortunately.
yeah, because you're trying to run in with the Marines and then run the Vulture by.
Yes, then if the Vulture gets in, it's like game over unless he's got some sick probe control. You know that.
Oh, yeah, you can just surround them and take them out instantly. Oh, disgusting.
Well, Command Center's coming up. Gornich sees it, so he knows that it's not a starport follow-up. So everything is looking pretty good for Casper, other than losing the 4 SCVs. Lair is about to finish. Spire is going to be coming in pretty soon. Probably going to see the exact same thing. There's the add-on. There's the armory. Well, not the exact same thing, because it's not a Vulture run by, but it's still going to be mech play. We're still going to see Mask Goliath. This time, is he going to go for armor or is he going to go for weapon? Probably going to go for weapon again. Oh.
Got it. Never mind. Sorry, I realized that was in front of the microphone. 1 less mosquito is all for a good cause. I mean, he's getting link speed. I actually thought he might skip that, but the Spire is just now started. Okay, so I mean, it was a nice try with the Vulture, but now I think things even out, right? I mean, his Command Center is a little bit late, but not really.
I still like Gornich's position because Spire is pretty far along. He didn't take any damage to the Vulture. He's going to catch the Vulture, and he killed 4 SCVs when it's a 12 or 11 guess. So this is still a good position for Gornich. He's got very close drone to SCV count. And again, it looks like Casper is cutting quite a lot to get this build up and running. So I'm still loving Gornich's position.
Oh.
Ooh, can he catch this too? Oh, he's gonna go for it.
Oh man, the worst indecision there. He almost gets it, and then tries to almost get it again. Almost gets it again, but doesn't. So nice try. So the Lings don't get the SCV, but that's not really the big important thing. The big important thing is, can we get rid of mutas in time?
Yeah, eBay is about 40% of the way done, so he's going to have this up and running pretty soon. He's got an insta-build turrets at his net, but everything looks pretty good. 23 SCVs to 23 drones. He shows the Goliath now. So now, we're 29 SCVs. So now he's confirmed that this is mech play. It's not some type of hybrid mech opener or 1-1-1 opener or, you know, mech bio, something like this. We do have instant carapace again. So everything that Gornich is doing is very similar to last game. Now, we don't have a Hydra Den, I don't think. So this might just actually be pure mutas. And as you were saying last game, Terran doesn't know what Zerg is doing unless they send out constant scouts like this and can see the Hydras. He's not going to see anything.
Yeah, so if these mutas hit at the wrong angle, he didn't see a muta pop. Remember last game, or I guess previous in the series, scouts have seen the mutas pop, and then it's like, oh, well, obviously. But not this time. And the mutas are halfway across the map. They're all the way across the map. And as soon as these run in, if the single-digit Goliath numbers don't see them in time, they could deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, and we still have more and more mutalists coming out for Gornich. He's found access into the main. There's no turrets here. There's no Goliath with range just yet.
Okay, finally range finishes, the Goliaths get in position. Can't really fight Goliaths with this muta count, so he's just gonna run all the way through, delay a depot, run all the way back out, and I mean, did get a little bit of damage done. Did he lose a muta? Not quite, so I guess that's worth it.
Yeah, that was definitely worth it. It forces out more turrets. It kept the Goliaths back. There's no timing coming in for him. That was a good move from Gornich. He's continuing to build more mutalists. +1 weapon is coming in for Terran. Top left is up for Gornich. I don't see any drones over there yet, but he's got a third base available to him. Probably we're just going to see mass muta. It's +1 weapon again for Casper. He didn't go into fast starport last game, so there's no reason to believe he'll do it again. Here comes Gornich again. This time he's got to turn around. Or he's just going to fight it.
Or not. Yeah, I was going to say he was trying to dive on that one. Goliath, wait, he's going back in? Hello? Please respond. Are his hands on the keyboard still? I mean,
he's going to get all of the Goliaths and he's going to get a turret. So actually that wasn't bad. He's just dwindling the Goliath count back. Remember, I mean, he doesn't know if this is +1 weapon or +1 armor. If it's armor, it's timing 100% of the time. So if you can whittle down the Goliath group, Terran's gonna feel scared to move out with, you know, like 6 Goliaths. That's
True,
not a thing.
true.
So this was a good move.
You're right. I mean, the Goliath count's low. The muta count also low, but you can make mutas faster than you can make Goliaths here, in theory. So what is the count at now? It's like 9. So when you run back in, okay, wow, he's actually going to wait until like it's a full control group. But I think at this point, it's pretty obvious to Casper that it's going to be that mass muta style. And as soon as this carapace finishes, it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, and that's going to be under siege. There's 3 turrets, but mutas don't care about 3 turrets. There's a Goliath also. Look how much damage the mutas can deal with +1 armor and survive. Goliath goes down, turret goes down. Bunker is not going to fall, of course, but he's dealt so much damage, constantly harassing Casper, keeping him in his base.
And even if he loses a couple of mutas here, it's crazy, crazy damage. And better yet, you don't have to worry about the Terran being on your side of the map.
Yeah, we have, it looks like speed coming in for Casper, so he wants to get a counterattack done with some vultures, but now we see Hydra upgrades coming in, so this mass muta play that is working out right now is going to be switched into Hydras pretty soon, and we're going to have +1 weapon Goliaths going up against upgraded Hydralisk. That's not going to work out very well for him, so Casper needs to start going into tanks, but again, no academy, so he has no idea that this switch is happening.
I think that's going to be a common theme for the games tonight. It's like Terran players just not having any idea, but somehow still. So let's see if he can. Muta's going to fly it again. This once again pulls the Goliaths back into the back of the base. They have +1 armor, +1 weapons is not done yet, but it's on the way. So he's going to be 1/1 mutas instead of the 2 or 0/2 mutas that we saw before. But that's still a control group of mutas. It's still very, very powerful. And we still don't have Irradiate or Science Vessels yet.
Well, Terran's reaching a powerful spike. He's got +1 armor about to complete in about 45 seconds. But we're going to have 5-hatch Hydra pretty soon, or 6-hatch Hydra pretty soon. And the mutas are just dealing so much damage. And just like on Whiteout, anytime we move out, we're going to get counterattacked. And that always is going to make you very nervous. Still no academy for Casper, so he still doesn't know exactly what it is. We have Science StarLeague coming in, so everything looks just like what we saw in Whiteout, but this time I think Gornich is a little bit too far along. He's also even in workers, even in supply this time. He's got a lot of gas also, so he can, you know, pump out 12 Mulas whenever he feels like he needs them. Vulture gets a little more damage done than I thought. 4 kills, that's great.
Oh my goodness. He doesn't even have mines. He's still valuable. Actually crazy. Wow, great value. Pulls the mutas up there. I think obviously every Terran in the world wants the mutas to be on the opposite side of the map from their base. So this gives a little bit of breathing room to Casper. So let's see what Casper can do in the meantime.
That's a lot of Goliaths.
Well, that's the answer. He can build a lot of Goliaths in the meantime.
So what Flash talks about as being one of the most dangerous things about this build is you can get counterattacked so easily. So if Casper's going to move out, we need to see like a turret spam in the main, because that's where Gornich is going. He's going to counterattack there immediately. You also need like a bunker or a eBay Rax wall, start pumping out some tanks and put them on siege mode to defend potential Hydra counterattack. But there's only 4 factories, so this actually isn't that much production for Casper. He's also only got 1 tank. Now, remember, he still doesn't know what the comp is, because all he's seen is Hydras or mutas the whole game.
Got it.
So 1 tank going up against this muta Hydra ball should not have success.
I mean, let's keep an eye out for that. I guess you kind of never know. We kept seeing Gornich try to fight tanks with Hydra balls in game number 1. Didn't work. So, I mean, I want to see everything from game 1 from Gornich, except throwing 1 million mutas into 2 million Goliaths. And there are actually so many Goliaths out right now.
Yeah, the vessels are coming out too for Casper. Gornich is just waiting for his moment. Irradiate's almost done. He needs to get his Science Vessel with the rest of his army. If he gets a D-Matrix off on something, that would be very good for fighting these Hydras. Irradiate would be amazing versus...
Yeah, I was going to say, Science Vessel is just MVP unit. He did land pretty good Irradiates, but there were really good splits last time too.
I am getting a little worried that we see hatcheries going up for Gornich when we know that Casper is going for a big timing. It kind of feels like last game where we powered a little bit too much. and that could catch Gornish a little bit off guard. But now we have 6 queens
coming
out, or 4 queens, or 6 queens. They're going to start banking up energy. It's going to take 2 minutes for them to bank up energy, though. So Casper has a long time to try and do something.
I just want to see them ensnare the Goliaths.
I would love to see that.
Definitely not going to happen, but a man can dream. Yeah, it's going to take them a long time. But I mean, these mutas can buy a lot of time, right? Right?
You would think so, but here comes.
I don't think he has a lot of time. He snipes that. It's very, very, very low HP, but he's got to pull back. Is he going to try to hold that high ground?
He needs to do anything to buy as much time as possible. High ground's the best possible angle he could fight from. Here come those mutalisks. There's only one vessel out, so actually Irradiate's not going to be that impactful.
It's like 2 control groups of mutas, so super strong. That CC, if he goes in there.
This is one of the drawbacks of playing mech like this, is when you play it, you got to be decisive and go. If you're going to go. Or if you're going to camp, you got to go 2-1 style. But actually, he is going into 2-1. +2 weapon is about to finish for Casper, but he just doesn't have econ. It's not like he has a 3rd base up and running. It's not like he has a 4th base on the way. He's just about to land his 3rd base now. Meanwhile, Gornish has had top left forever, and he's got these 10 queens sitting at the top side of the map that have not been scouted at all. There's only 6 tanks. He can brood lead every single tank on the map
Twice. He's got 12 queens. So, yeah, that's going to be very, very effective when it comes to killing the tanks. But, you know, it's not enough. You still have to deal with all the Goliaths, and there's a ton of Goliaths. So the energy is actually reaching there, and he's going to have antenna researched for his overlords for maximum vision range to help clone those queens and get the broodlings off that he needs.
Yeah, the J-Yun upgrade is coming in, and this time it was on purpose. And yeah, he just needs vision of these tanks, and once he sees them, they're just gonna go pop, pop, pop so quickly. And Gornish, he's almost max now. Casper is only, I mean, he's trailing behind just a little bit. He's still gonna have a powerful army, but you gotta have tanks versus Hydra Muta. It cannot win with just pure Goliath. I see some red movement. No, not yet. I thought we were gonna come down. It's time. He's got the energy. He should do it. Terran's just sitting. There's nothing easier to do than to let Terran just sit there and just like, you're dead.
Yeah.
Then you're dead, and then he just needs sight. I'm surprised he hasn't moved the queens out. There they go.
Honestly, the parasite would be huge here. It really helps you split it, but we're going for it. It's time, guys. If you were waiting, this is it. 17 minutes into the game, and we're going to clone some queens, which means clicking each queen and telling it to use spawn brooding on each tank individually.
Here we go.
But if they don't run in the right order, it's not going to be good. So he got vision of at least the front 3 tanks.
Here we go.
He needs a little bit more vision.
Goodbye.
He's going to dive in on the tanks. He's got so many spawn broodlings. The front tanks evaporate, but he needs vision of the rear tanks to get those spawn broodlings off, and he can't run through that big ball of Goliaths.
Terran has +2, very, very strong army. So Gornish is trying to be as careful as possible, but he has so many queens. He can just sit here if he wants. He's had top left going for so long. He's just got a stranglehold on this game. Casper's getting desperate for another base. He's got bottom middle, but that's only, here we go. Is Gornish just going for it? I see them all coming in.
Yeah, and he clones a queen, so here they go. It's going to be, okay, he's actually just, yeah, and there they go. All the tanks die. He's only got 1 tank here. The mutas are going to run in, but they're 2-1 mutas, or 1-2 mutas, if you want to look at it that way. And the Goliaths just can't fight Hydras and mutas and bears. Oh my. More reinforcements coming through. He actually has a bunch of idle Goliaths down south. They aren't fighting at all. And the mutas are cleaning everything else up in the 3rd base, and the natural isn't going to last much longer.
Yeah, even though he lost all those tanks, those 8 Goliaths at the bottom were there, it looks like he may have actually helped. But now, as played, he's behind 30 supply. Mutas are still, there's a big irradiate.
Okay, all right. I mean, we saw what happened when Gornish threw away his mutas in the last game, so that's it for Muta Boys. And, okay, well, never mind, there's more coming. But the tank count is abysmally low.
He's even got the queen upgrade for extra energy, so he's going to have a second.
Oh, God, you're right.
Faster. Queen does fall.
Okay, he's got a couple left.
Casper has held, and even though supplies are very close, remember, it's still all, like, almost the entire army of Gornich right now is queens. So there's really not, okay, never mind. That's a lot of Hydras coming out. This is like 8 hatch production for Gornich.
Yeah, big difference is the drone count is actually still super high for Gornich. So, well, actually, I guess it was high in that last game too. Never mind. So now you counterattack and win. That's the way this game goes, right? Probably not this one. I think things are a little bit worse. The tank count is way lower, thanks to those queens than it was last time. And actually, with Broodling being up again in like 10 seconds, this could be terrible.
Yeah, tanks do have +3 now, so they're going to be hitting like trucks. Bunker coming in just to get some type of distraction from the Hydras. Supplies still very close. The issue is massive bank for Gornich, massive access to any base on the map for him. He's even got top middle, but isn't even mining it just yet. But here he comes again. Can Casper hold it?
Yeah, there's only a couple of tanks back in the back. Let's see if the queens can get online. Muta's coming back in after the Hydras take the initial brunt of this of the tank fire. Where are the queens? Like, he doesn't have the energy just yet. He's just doing it with Mutas and Hydras, and it looks like nothing can stand up to the Hydras in the front.
Yeah, there's just too many Hydras. They're
counter-attacking the third two.
Plowing down the third base. This is the weakness of playing the camp style. You just get picked off so easily.
And that's it. Damn. Wow. Okay. We got a series on our hands here, and it's looking good. I'm super excited to see how close these games are. And actually, I mean, besides the queens, that game looked pretty similar to game number 1. But obviously, the secret sauce of the queens sprinkled on top of those tanks.
Yeah.
Makes them look like slugs. They just shrivel up and die.
Yeah, and Casper had no idea because still no comsat the whole game.
Oh, yeah.
We have just no idea. That's, again, one of the drawbacks of this particular opener is you just don't know. But to not have it for that long is kind of unusual. But still, now Gornich has got to be feeling pretty good. We finally got on the board. It's in the most critical one, right? We would have gotten eliminated in that game. So now he's feeling good going into the last game. Can Casper do it? The mech play, so-so. It worked out in the whiteout game. Didn't work out in this game we just saw. Yeah. He needs to figure out how to stop the mutas because the mutas are coming in. They don't even care about turrets. They're just killing all SCVs. And it's really delaying Casper's push.
Yeah, it's delaying his push. He never really seems to get out of his base. And when he does get out of the base, it's in panic mode. I mean, that worked in game number 1, right? He had that sick counterattack and he won the game, and we're all just like, we have that surprise Pikachu meme face on our mouths. But that didn't happen again in game number 2. He didn't have the tank count. They got pew-pewed by queens, and that was it. But we got one. I wasn't killing Mosquito that time. We got one final game left before we decide which player is eliminated and which player advances on to our final match of the night. And it's going to be on the map Monte Cristo. So we're kind of coming full circle a little bit. We start on this map in our first game, and now we're ending on this map in our penultimate series of the night. And it's, like I said, all tied up 1-1. Casper versus Gornich. These games have been dope. They've been sick. They've been very close. Maybe more close than a lot of people would have expected. So let's get into it and see which player is going to go on to our final match and who will be eliminated from BSL Season 9. Alrighty then, in the upper left-hand corner in the red, playing Zerg. From Russia, this is Gornich.
In the bottom right, we've got the blue Terran. It is Casper. So out of all maps to go mech on, this feels like this would be the best one. You've got high ground advantage at every single base. It's very limited resources, 4 or 5 bases if you get the island. It's hard for Zerg to get the island because they got to get the expensive drop upgrade, whereas Terran's always getting science facility, always getting the starport anyways. So you would think that this would be a good mech map, especially since Casper's been doing it. But we saw Casper, I think, open mech each time except for the one time he went for bio versus Babo. So this may be the game that we finally mix in the bio play, try and throw Gornich off a little bit.
I didn't really like that bio game. I mean, you got to mix it up sometimes, but it seems like Goliaths are really working. Although I will say Gornich has got this like heavy muta carapace style kind of down. I mean, it always seems like he makes the right decision as long as we forget about that one accident in game 1 where he lost all his mutas and lost the game. But up until that point, not bad. But you're right. This is a very, very different game. It requires a different style. it's one player or single 1v1. There we go. Map, and so you can't be too confident because all it takes is one barracks where you don't want it to be, and it's over.
Well, this is an interesting Rax position because this looks like it's going to be gas again.
Ooh.
We do have another 11-11. It's not a forward Rax or not a Rax at the wall, so there's no wall off. So he's actually going to have to build some Marines to defend this. So we'll have to see, is it going to be Vulture run by again? This may actually just be a depot placed right there to prevent the drone from getting in. And we may actually see some type of like Wraith play that Kogut tried to pull out, or did pull out on Whiteout and in one of our previous series. But I don't think I've ever seen Casper go Wraith.
Yeah, Casper's not the Wraith guy. Kogut's Wraith guy #1. His face is on the Wraith wanted poster. And then every once in a while, somebody else pulls out Wraith, like Terror or Dandy. But most of the time, it's Kogut. And I don't think Casper's going that far.
So we do have same opener for Gornich, about a 215 gas. So it is 2-hatch again with a little bit better econ. He did go for a 12-hatch opener, so everything very identical. Factory going down. Casper did pull off of gas. He's not mining it at all. Oh, now it looks like he's put one back on. So everything is the same. This is going to be a good mech map for him, I imagine, especially with high ground at every single base.
I mean, especially for his first 2 bases, that'll be fine. Third base, and especially the island, I mean, I guess that'll be okay. It depends on how the mutas go. I assume it's mutas. That's the ultimate switch up, right? You just don't go mutas at all. Try to bust him, assuming that he's going to be going Goliath. But I mean, once again, I feel like there's more ways to punish this like no academy, no scan style, because it's kind of hard to keep reminding myself, wait a second, Casper's just had no information aside from seeing the units that come to kill him to tell him what his opponent's going.
Yeah, when you play this style, it's got to be one of 2 openers. It's got to be, am I going vessels or am I going for a timing? Which is why the 1-1 style he's going for with weapon first is kind of interesting and kind of weird since we don't just go for it. So we'll have to see, is Casper going to go for the same thing? It worked 1 out of the 2 games, so I'm not imagining him to do anything else. 2-1 or 3-2 on high ground is incredibly powerful. We do have instant add-on again, so this looks like we may have a Vulture run by pretty soon. He's got the gas horn. Oh, mines actually. So this is, a map that players don't play on the ladder. It wasn't in any of the ladder pool or ladder maps. So I actually like mines here quite a bit because the chances of Gornich knowing where all the good mine placements are very low. We do have a Hydra wall already. This is actually a complete wall, so nothing's getting in.
Yeah, you don't get in, you don't get out. Yeah, airtight there. But let's see what this Vulture can do. It did get scouted, so at least Gornich knows it's out there. It's not going to be arriving anytime soon. It certainly won't be getting past that. But the bigger thing to watch out for, at least for this Vulture, is what are we doing with these mines? I don't think we've seen this opener yet today.
This is just going to make sure that he doesn't die to a Hydra bust. It's also going to deny third base like that. It's going to force, the Overlord to actually move over there. When the drone just mindlessly goes over there and tries to build a hatch, it's not going to be able to get down. So it's going to delay the third hatch or third base for quite a while. So this is a good move from Casper. He didn't commit that many either, so his build is still streamlined to go into Goliath. Also, getting out the Hydra Den for Gornich so fast actually delayed his Spire a little bit. So this is going to give Casper a little bit more time to get up his eBay, get up his Goliath. Third hatch going down in the main for Zerg. Everything here is so standard. You want to get up a lot of larva because you're facing mech. If you can't kill him with 2-hatch muta, you got to have something to fall back on for those powerful Hydra units. And you're going to have a lot of larva for that. I like this. Using the Sunken to kill that egg now that the Vulture run by hasn't happened.
Yeah, that's really cool. The door mechanics, you're making an RTS. Can you predict that buildings are going to be used as doors? For context, Age of Empires 1 is kind of a contemporary RTS of this game, and it had gates in it. So you build a literal wall that only is a wall, and then you build a gate, which is a door that only is a door. But you don't have that in StarCraft. You've got things like lurker eggs you can kill. I don't know. I just love that. No matter what it is, if it's like destructible terrain or assimilators like on Troy or whatever it is, just So beautiful. Catching the vulture, but the vulture actually does go. If it can catch the drone, can't kill it in time like it did last game. Maybe it can get in elsewhere. The mines saw the mutas, or saw the. I guess they did, didn't they?
Yeah, they saw it.
Yeah.
And now he sees that this base is going to get denied.
Wah, wah.
And everything's going to be delayed for Gornich because all of those bases are laid with mines. And the Overlords don't have speed, so it's going to take him a long time to clear it out. I also think the Lings got picked off, so there's really nothing for him to clear it. He sends out another drone, but where's that going?
Where is it going?
It's going to where the Vulture's just sitting and waiting.
Yeah. Well, he also knows that he can't build the... I mean, he wants to kill the mine with the drone, but the vulture's there, so... Aha! Surprise.
Overlord now going to clear it, but this was a really good upgrade. Denied the hatchery for so long, and behind this, Terrence is building up his Goliath count. He took no damage. He's got 3 factories pumping out Goliaths at a time. So everything is perfect for him. 4th fact going up. Nothing has hindered his build. Looks like Gornich might respond with double expand.
I mean, he's just so far behind. He needs to get out there. He needs to get on the map. I mean, we're essentially 2 hatch up until now. And 740 is not when your bases are supposed to be coming down. So it's a double expand here for Gornich. It's going to take quite a while for those bases to come up, get up and running. SimCity, defenses, all that is just going to take quite a bit of time. But on the other side, you know, it's easy to say that Mech Terrans just sit back, relax, and macro, but
we got a deviation this time. He's rushing Hydra upgrades. He's got his Queen's Nest coming down. This is not for Hive. This is going to be for fast Queens. But actually, this might backfire. If this game Casper goes for his 1-1 timing, he's hit it this time. His +1 armor started at the correct time. Go out at 10:15, and it'll kick in pretty soon after. That's going to be before Queen's Kick. Queen's Nest went down, I think it's like 45 seconds. You got to get the upgrade. You got to actually build up energy on the Queens. That takes, 2 minutes right there. So this would hit before any of that kicks in. So Casper, if he just goes instantly at 1-1, he's going to have a very deadly push.
But does Casper know? Like, he doesn't have any information.
Yeah, he has no idea because every single game has been mass muta.
Well, and this is why information like that, like scans, are so important, because you don't know. I mean, you might know how strong you are to yourself, but you don't know how strong you are relative to what your opponent has. You might see mutas fly in and harass, but you don't know how saturated their bases are, where their bases are. You're really flying blind. So I would have loved like a Wraith to like go out and scout. Obviously, you're not going to do that, but you got to get some way to find out what you should do and where you should go.
He didn't do it. He's just content with sitting in his base. He's got the starport up. He's going into science facility pretty soon.
There's no 3rd command center.
Yeah, there's no 3rd that's okay, but he needs to get a 3rd command center pretty soon. But he does need to get 2nd armory pretty soon, science facility pretty soon. If he's not going to attack with this 1-1, we've got to go get our upgrades pretty quickly. And I don't see that just yet from Casper.
Yeah, he only has 1 armory, so it's not like he's double upgrading or anything like that. Just waiting for 1-1 to finish.
He does have 2nd armory coming in. I don't think he has the science facility yet, though.
Are you sure? If he doesn't have it now, I mean, that's pretty late.
I don't see it. He's got a dropship coming in. He's got a 3rd command center coming up, but no science facility for Casper. So +2 is not going to be coming in anytime soon. He's got a lot of units, but he's really missing a golden opportunity to go for a timing versus Gornich, because Gornich was powering really hard going into the Hydras and Queens, but don't have any Queens just yet. He's actually going into Lurkers. So is this actually Defiler follow-up?
I mean, that would be...
No.
Usually you consider Defilers with...
Yeah, there's no Defiler.
More traditional Zerg play, but this is not that. So there's no Defiler. On the other side, it's A, weird to not have a science facility. B, he's going dropship. So is that the way we come back in this game, or...
Well, how's he going to get that base with the drop?
Yo,
there's like 10 mutas. There's no irradiate.
You remember that Boxer play? Was it Boxer? Was it Jojo? Who am I thinking of? The carpet bomb with the Goliaths to kill the carriers. That was Boxer, right?
It had to be Boxer versus Jojo.
Yeah.
That's an epic game.
Yeah. So he carpet bombs these he's like gonna lose the game. I think he actually does lose, but he carpet bombs these carriers with Goliaths in dropships. It looks so impossibly dope.
Is it broken?
Yeah, I think we have a broken replay. Yeah, minerals aren't going down.
Okay. So we're gonna remake this.
Okay, so we're gonna remake it. Sorry guys. Look, we did our best. I broke the replay on purpose. No, just kidding. I was watching that and I was like, wait a second. But then I just thought they were bad at macro and it made me feel better about my games. Never mind. So now we have to stand up again. I mean, stay standing up. I'm ruining all of the behind the scenes here. Actually, we could make a Patreon goal for behind the scenes at the BSL studio. I don't think people would donate for that goal, but if you would, then let us know. What do we talk about during the break?
Well, I'm curious to see what has changed or what changed. What did Casper move out? What was?
Oh yeah,
dude. Yeah, I knew he had to have gone high.
You remember when we had that game that like we thought the player threw away all of his carriers, but actually it was a broken replay, and instead his carriers killed everything. It was exactly the opposite. It was totally fake news, alternate reality. So I think we've remade the replay, and we're gonna come back from basically the same point. We're about 10, 11 minutes in, and we should be able to right back on it, right? Right. Okay, let's go. Okay, all right, we did it. Guys, I gotta work on my skills. Anyway, we're back, and what happened here? Okay, so what's different? So we have Hive, that's the first difference. We have Defilers, and it's exactly what you said it would be.
Yeah, if you're gonna get Lurkers, we need
Look, we were confused for a second. Anyway.
Yeah, so Lurker, Defiler, no queens this time.
Oh, that game was Casper versus Ghost of Dark. It's always the Casper.
Which one was it?
The other game where we thought Ghost of Dark threw away all of his carriers, but instead his carriers killed everything.
Yeah. Well, let's see if Casper can do something with this. Vulture dropped the bottom left, so that's what he was actually going for, not going for the island. That's going to get some good damage done.
Yeah, he's going to kill all the drones.
He kills all the drones, now he's out of there. And he's going to be able to lay mines. So, he finds some more drones.
Damn!
At the base.
They're so fast. Vroom. They kill all the drones at the fourth, get some drones at the third. Mission accomplished there. That puts it to a 15 worker advantage. So pretty decent there for Gordon, for Casper. And keep in mind, like, he's still on 2 base. He got another command center, but he doesn't have another base yet.
Yes, so third base is going to be taken by Casper pretty soon. He's got his command center lifted. He's now moving his army to the center of the map. He's got 2-2 coming along. He's got double add-on on his factory. So his army is actually very strong. And we know that Hydra, Lurker, Dark Swarm is coming, but versus this particular style, it's going to be really hard to make the Dark Swarm work, because Casper's just going to have so many tanks just sitting there and waiting. He doesn't have a lot of irradiance, so if the Lurkers can get into position, then it's going to be impossible to kill them, but they're just going to be taking so much shell damage just sitting there. I don't know about this comp. I really would have liked the Queen, but as I was saying, with the 1-1 timing, he would have been exposed to that. So this is kind of a bit of an interesting follow-up, because he also would have died to the 1-1 timing with going like this. Now we do have Hydras or Overlords with speed. So this is another way that Zerg can exploit Terran. His drops are super, super strong versus mech.
Yeah. In the meantime, a couple of rounds of drones came through. He actually built 15 drones since we last talked about it. So he's back to even on worker count. So he is going to have a very powerful economy on 4 bases behind this. And the third base still has not totally kicked in for Casper just yet. So that's going to give plenty of time for all this super high scale tech to come out for Gorinich. And you were right. It would have still been a little weak to that 1-1 timing, but I don't think that's what we're going to have here.
Well, Casper's trying to get up the bottom base, but That's not going to get up. Oh, I thought it was, but the mutas have stopped moving to bottom middle. So turrets actually, no. Here they come. Turret's going to get denied. I still don't think we have a radiate just yet. So there's no way to actually kill these mutalists. So that's going to be a base denied. But I don't really like going into this transition. We have Ultra's Kevin. Vulture's getting into mid left. Not going to be that much damage done. But Ultra's going into a fortified position, the most expensive unit Zerg can build. I don't know, like Mass Ling, Hydra, Lurker, Defiler is a better play, which is what we see here. So I actually like this, but I'm worried that Terran's going to split map, sit there, never move. How do we actually get onto the tanks in the back?
Yeah, especially if you're going for this engage style instead of like the passive energy style like Queens afford you. This is, I mean, it's very proactive. So look, if you think you're the better player, you can absolutely go for it. I would say that. And before this best of 3, I would have said that Gornich was, but
look at the upgrades for Gornich.
Nothing.
He has 0 carapace versus +2 Aaron.
You don't just go Lurker.
Gosh, this is going to be disgusting. 2/2 Terran with mine set up. Terran isn't moving.
He's just getting speed for his ultras, not carapace.
Oh, it's an academy.
How dare he?
I didn't know.
I thought he was an honorable no map hack Terran.
I thought so too, but apparently not. He finally found the Academy hotkey. If Gornich comes in here, he's going to get massacred. There are so many tanks sitting here.
There's tanks, there's mines.
Oh no, we can't do this.
I mean, there's the Dark Swarm, but the mines are right there. Watch a mine get dragged under that swarm. Double Dark Swarm, but the mines are here. Okay, it doesn't go under the Dark Swarm. Are we good?
Well, he might now that we've got triple Dark Swarm, but still, like, this is so many tanks. Okay, Lurkers are getting in position.
Yeah, they're burrowed on the tanks. The Goliaths do nothing.
The tanks don't do anything. Dark Swarm, makes them all invincible. But unless he can get onto the SCV line, all this does is force the tanks back. There's 30 supply lead for Casper. Here come Ultralists, but they're not upgraded at all.
They're not upgraded, but like you said, if we have 2 more Dark Swarms, that's all you need to push into this base. And if you can shut down the 3rd base, Casper is all but mined out in his mana.
Yeah, it's a lot of tanks though. Oh, goodbye Ultra. Look how fast those are dying.
Oh my god, they pop so fast.
This is why I did not want the Ultras. Oh, the Lurkers might get popped before they burrow.
Okay, so they do make it to the Dark Swarm.
He popped them.
Oh yeah, they died to the splash damage.
He got all of them. And Gornich lost his entire army. Supplies are what, 130 for Gornich versus about 170 for Casper. Casper literally does not have to attack this entire game. Just take his side of the map. Play it like how Flash plays Sniper.
Split it.
Plays Bloody Ridge or Sniper Ridge. I forget which one it is. Just never attack. Gornich has to do something.
At this point, I mean, these ultras are basically useless.
Yeah, they just get popped, especially when they're 0-0.
They're so expensive.
They are so expensive. How many tanks did he kill in that play? 0, maybe 1.
He killed a couple earlier, but he actually pulled a couple of them back on 2 HP. Yeah. So really, really unfortunate. He researched Plague, if I'm not mistaken, and he didn't plague anything there. So I thought that was going to be maybe his Pyrrhic victory, but damn. All of a sudden, Gornich has to pull back and rethink his life choices. Casper just not. He's chilling on 3 bases, and I actually thought his main and natural were a little bit lower on minerals, but they're actually still mining. So, ooh, this is, I mean, Gornich is taking the 6 and the 12. So he's trying to say, well, look, if you're going to split the map, I'll split it. I'll take the big half,
Drop coming in, and this is going to be a good move. I love how Casper has tons of turrets. He also has mines, but they're a little bit out of position.
Well, he's tanking the turrets with the mutas so the overlords with drops can get in. Oh my god, you drop some fat plagues on these depots. Anything, I don't care. Good. These are cracklings. They're going to town.
Goodbye armory. That's going to be +3 down the drain. Where is that other armory? It's way in the back. It needs to complete +3. I think it might actually get it.
Yeah, I think it will. He'll respond in time to take out the rest of this. Right?
Yeah, I think he will. It's going to complete this.
He's not going to dive on it.
They don't know where the armory is. So It's not going to get taken out. Still, so many ultras out for Gornich. I'm worried that they're, again, not going to have much success in any incoming attack. So it does supply block Casper for a little bit, but he's got his 4th command center. He just needs to float at the top right. Good for Gornich. He's taking top middle as an island, a harder base for Zerg to defend. Another thing is that because it's such a small map with so limited bases, Casper doesn't have as many SCVs as like you would see on Circuit Breaker.
Mhm.
So he actually has less SCVs than Zerg has drones. So his army is going to have even more tanks than it usually has.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're setting up for another Doom drop. This time it has a Defiler in it. And because we don't have any vessels, this is going to have absolutely no counter unless we keep all these units here. If these units don't move, then this drop is going to get murdered.
Yeah, he doesn't have the. Oh, he does still have some units to buffer. He's thinking about it. He actually pulled the. Man, I don't.
There's a lot of
I don't
mines here
know.
too.
There's mines for the counter defense. I mean, he's trying to get in on the other side of the map to maybe like fake it out, but I don't think it's a mystery. I think he knows it's coming. There they go. The Muta's tanking up for the turrets. The drops, actually, they're dropping a little bit deeper. There are some mines, but actually, the friendly fire is worse. I think everything just blew up.
Look at how much damage these tanks are doing. I don't see any lurkers here, so the tanks can just, shell the Hydras and Ultras. So that was a failed drop from Gornich's supply plummets. Again, sure, he's taking out depots, but these are not that important to Casper right now. He lifts his starport, so that is going to save that. Another drop coming in, but I think Casper's just going to hold here.
Hey, there's another drop. This one does have a ton of cracklings in it. There are a few mines left, but much less. He's going to consume for more swarm. And if he swarms the tanks and then runs cracklings on top of them, I mean, I guess that's one way to do it, but
he didn't. There's no vessels here, and if there were, we could have killed all of the depots with like one lurker. So Gornich fails a drop. He's supply blocked now. Expensive on maps that you're splitting. Casper tried to take this low ground base. It got denied for now. Gornish still has a big bank, but he's not having success with any of his attacks.
Ooh, big mine drag kills all those cracklings who are trying to run around. Besides being supply blocked, he's like not mining minerals on one of his bases. It felt like that drop just kind of failed before it began. He had to like consume an overlord at the end to try to keep the swarm alive. He's gonna try to face tank this. He has 2-2 for his ultras, which I mean isn't bad, but there's no chitinous plating, which is like a what for ultras. Like that's the reason you get ultras, +5.
Yeah, and these dark swarms, like he's casting them, but unless we're getting onto the tanks, he finally gets onto the tanks here. Now we're getting into the juicy tank line. Takes out 3 or 4 of them, actually finally finding success. Casper has so much defenses in his lane. He exposed his third base, so this third base actually gets denied.
And now there's lurkers under Dark Swarm with nose vessels.
Yes, now that's what Gornich has needed this entire time. And now Casper's actually going to be broke because his third base is lifted, main nat is mined up, the fourth base got denied. So Gornich may have actually done it. Supplies have plummeted for Casper too.
Okay, so it's the third drop. Well, I guess that wasn't a drop, but still, third base in shambles. Main's protected, but oh wait, there's no money there anymore. And wow, the shoe on the other foot, as
that
they
lurker
say.
is under Dark Swarm, by the way.
No, it's not.
Only needs partial league to be under Dark Swarm, to be invincible. Invincible.
I thought that when the tank shell missed, it did splash damage to the unit that it missed, but that's not true. Wait, isn't it true that if you have two lurkers burrowed next to each other,
yeah, you can splash one.
You can splash one of them, but if you only have one lurker, it doesn't get splashed.
No.
Okay. Wow.
So here comes
What
another drop, and we're on our last legs as Casper.
Yep.
He's got no econ. Gornich still has the island. Again, Casper has a massive army, but that is a lot of ultras. And now that the tank count got dwindled down a little bit, we don't have mass D-Matrix or mass Irradiate anywhere. You just imagine that carpet bombing the tanks with some Lings, comboed with Ling Ultra.
Yeah. Look, even if Casper loses this game, at least he went down as an honest Terran player. He didn't use scan at all in game number 1 or 2, finally used it. But he's even more honest because he decided that science vessels were too strong. And so he just decided not to make any.
That lurker, I'm sure, is also under Dark Swarm.
The Defiler wasn't. It's definitely not under Dark Swarm. But I'm sure, yeah, that lurker is for sure under Dark Swarm. And that command center is not going to be able to land. I guess maybe he'll try. Dark Swarm doesn't last forever, even though it seems to what lasts longer, Stasis or Dark Swarm?
It feels like Stasis actually lasts forever.
I think they actually both last forever, but I think, are they the same? Chat, which lasts longer? That's your question of the day. Interactive casting here. He's going to try for another Doom Drop to end it, but honestly, I think the nail is already in the coffin.
Yeah, there's just too much econ now. Like, Casper was doing a good job. I thought for sure the game plan was to just split the map, which is what he was doing. But now we've got a maxed out Zerg. Here we go. Here comes the red ball of death.
Oh, God. Yeah, it is. Everything being thrown at this Terran wall, even the kitchen sink. We got Ultras. We got Drops. We got Cracklings, Dark Swarm, everything. And, yeah, it's over. It's over. He's doing it. Everything going down here in shambles. The natural, the third base, it's all going down. And after an impressive Game 1 win, it looks like Gorinich has completed the comeback.
Yeah, so Gorinich down 1-0, manages to come back, take the series 2-1. Now we're just really waiting for Casper to exit this game. He has no econ. He's down below 100 supply, almost at 50 supply. Now he's got burning command centers everywhere. And we're going to have Gorinich try and get some redemption against Dragon, who he lost to earlier today.
That's actually going to be so sick to see. That's it. GG. Grime Boss taps out, and unfortunately, Casper is eliminated from the BSL. You know, it's sad to see him go. I feel like he really overperformed this season as his best finish ever in any BSL. So, I mean, that's something to be proud of. For Gorinich, look, I'm scared, dude. I definitely thought he or Dragon was going to be out in first place, and instead, Oya decided to build buildings in the middle of the map and win his way out of the group in first place. So, super impressive day of games from our BSL compatriots. But unfortunately, we had to get rid of one of our Tovarishes, and that had to be Casper. So for Gorinich, he's got to think this is his last chance. He gets a chance for revenge. He's going to be able to do it, Nyoken.
I don't know, because Dragon looked pretty killer. He had, the Archon timing, and then he would look very deadly in game 2 also. So we'll see. Maybe Gorinich can do it, but Dragon looks so good, at least in PvZ, that I actually kind of favor Dragon a little bit.
I do too. I think Dragon has been looking crisp, clean. I don't know. I'm going to come up with more C acronyms for him. Synonyms for him. When we come back after this short break, so don't go anywhere. Use this time to go to patreon.com/bombastic, or just click the subscribe button, the follow button, the Twitter links in the stream chat, whatever you want to click, do it. And be back in about 5 minutes for our final deciding series of the night to find out which player will be the second and last player to make it out of Group C into the BSL Season 9 Round of 8. Okay. All right, we're back, everybody. Did you miss us? I hope so. I missed us. Thanks for watching. We got 500 or 600 people watching. Big fans of you all. Thank you so much for supporting the BSL all season long. We're finally here. The last series of the night. It's a revenge match between a guy I didn't expect to be advancing out of the group in second place, Gorinich, facing off against Dragon. Dragons had to play PVZ, ZVP, and now back to PVZ, back to the first game he played in the series. What is it going to be? Who's going to get out?
I like Dragon. Even though Gorinich finally brought it back versus Casper, Dragon just seems to have Zerg's number right now. He already took out Eon Zerg. He already killed Gorinich already. So Gorinich is definitely going to have to try to come up with something special.
Yeah.
And it seems like Zergs just play the Ling, Yuta, Hydra style every time, whereas Protoss is the one coming up with different builds. The only mix-up we saw was it Oya? Oh, it was Oya G versus Dragon, where he had the whole position lurkers, but it wasn't Gorinich that has done anything special like that.
Yeah, Gorinich seems to have found his style, and now he's stuck. I don't know, but one of the big hallmarks that made Gorinich such a strong and interesting player last season is that he was changing it up all the time. He had this really crazy ZVZ style that just murdered everybody, and then he even found out interesting ways to play the other matchups. So, it's in the same day, so it's not like you have time to revamp and study other builds and practice up. So if he's got anything else left in the tank, he's gonna have to pull it out now, or else our finalist from season 8 might not be going any farther in season 9. Oya is already out of the group, and so it's up to Dragon or Gorinich to advance out in second place. Who is it going to be? Well, we don't know, but we do know what the next map is between these two players. I think it's Whiteout. Never mind. There it is. And as far as Whiteout goes, I think we've seen, some interesting games. Neither one of these players plays Terran, so maybe not the most struggle-licious map for them. You think this map favors any particular style from these players, Nyokin?
I think it's good for Zerg. Third base, how do you defend this base as Protoss? You're gonna have to build cannons literally everywhere. There's so much of a concave at the third base. But other than that, I think this is fine. Two base, Protoss super strong. Dragon's been showing that he can just go kill you on two base. So I'm excited to see who can do it. Is it Dragon or is it Gorinich?
Let's find out. Let's get into game number 1 of our final series of the night. It's Whiteout, Dragon versus Gorinich. The winner advances on to the round of 8. All right, here we go. In the bottom of the map, Whiteout. In the blue, playing Protoss. This is Dragon. That's right. I was like, wait a second. We had another Protoss. I so expected Oya to not make it out in first place. That is the most surprising thing I think we've seen all round of 16. It happened. I need to accept it. I'm going through the 12 stages of denial right now. But it's Dragon, we promise. Playing Protoss.
And in the top right in the red, looking for some redemption, it is Gorinich. So Dragon sending out a first probe. He's going to scout extremely quickly. So this is most likely going to be a Forge expand. I recently casted a game where we saw a Protoss player go for fast pylon and then scout, but then he ended up going for a second probe, sending out and going for a gateway. So we could have something sneaky like that, but I don't see a second probe going out for Dragon. Now, we saw Gorinich open Overpool both games, and Dragon had his number in both games.
Yeah.
So we need to see something different, but there it is. There's the Overpool for Gorinich.
Yeah, Overpool is kind of the stock standard ZVP build, but it's not like it's great against everything. That 11 Nexus, not great against that. You just can't get the Zillings there fast enough to punish. It's not going to be a fast Nexus this time, but it is going to be a Forge expand, which I think is also kind of a little different way to mix things up, because we've seen lots of gateway expands today.
Yeah, we've seen so many gateway expands throughout BSL. Protoss players really not giving up map control to the Zerg so easily, but Forge expand, it's going to be in Gorinich's wheelhouse, I imagine, but we did see you know, all tournament long, every time somebody's gone for a forward expand, specifically Dragon, he's done well with it. Now, a drone stuck out along the side of the base, and he's going to get that hatchery down without being blocked, I think. Probe's trying to catch him. No, he's not. He just missed him completely. So that's great from Gornich to get off a sneaky hatchery like that.
Wow. Yeah, that would have been delayed for, I don't know, forever. So really, really cool to see that not delay it. And now with a drone scouting this Nexus quickly enough, that probe, oh my God. I thought it was just going to straight up die, but it does get the cannon down.
Yep, it's going to again be Nexus follow-up for the Forge before the cannons. So Dragon streamlining his build as fast as possible. We do have the standard gas timing again for... Actually, it's a little bit later this time. Looks like it's around a 245 gas for Gornich. So a little bit later than usual. I don't know if Dragon caught on to that timing, but a little bit slower than the normal 235 gas. Now the Lings come in, cannon finishes at the perfect time. Gornich, you gotta pay attention, man.
Oh my God, oh my God. Oh, yes! I thought he might have missed chance on that last one, but it wouldn't have mattered either way. So 2 Lings thrown away for free. Not a great start, especially early on. The 3rd hatch does come down, but I mean, is he ever gonna find that?
Yeah, 3rd hatch at the other natural standard placement. So we're going into more split map style. Usually could be just, you know, standard Hydra follow-up or, you know, standard Hydra production there, but more than likely it's gonna be split map. Now we do have Lair follow-up for Gornich as expected, and the probe continues to scout, doesn't have to worry about many Lings. Only 2 are out on the map, and actually he's gonna have to send one of them to make sure that Zealots don't rally, because remember, he already lost his first 2. So
yeah, very true.
There is completely no vision for Gornich right now. Probe has complete intel, so that's great for him. Now Dragon Cybernetics is about to finish. He's got gas going up at his natural. This again looks like Stargate play, but we just saw, was it Dragon on Sylphid? I think went into Citadel, or maybe it was Oyaji that went into Citadel despite having the 2nd gas. But there's the Stargate.
Yeah, so it's going to be Stargate. No Zealot Archons, as much as we like to see that. Standard opener. I guess it's good to start off game number 1 with, I think, probably the most standard way possible, other than, like, you know, Forge versus Gateway opener. This is a Stargate Protoss versus a expanding Zerg player who's not trying to go all in or do anything crazy. Although he did try to run those things fast.
Well, we have the +1 weapon starting at 445, so this looks like 730 timing for Dragon. This was pretty much what everybody was doing 6 months to a year ago. Every single game, this timing, every single time. +1 weapon for air is coming in the Stargate also. So he's going to be way ahead of the game in the Spire upgrade. Armor is going to be way behind. Probe does fine. Bottom left or mid left, he knows that it is split map again. So we'll have to see how Dragon wants to react to this. We saw him pick apart Eon Zerg with a Zealot Archon typing, but that's not the case this time.
Yeah. I mean, these Zealot move outs can be scary depending on how many Zealots there are, right? I think usually before he's gone with like 5 or so, but also it's going to depend on these Corsairs. He is getting +1 for them, so it's not like he's skipping that. One of these days, I have this secret, guilty, dark pleasure inside myself, Nyoka. I know this is like personal, but like, I want to see 2 Stargates. Eventually.
2 Stargates?
I mean, look, nobody's doing 973 anymore.
You should watch me play Protoss, because what I do is I go 4-gate speed Zealot, and then I know they're gonna make mutas, so I actually go hide double Stargate, like somewhere in the middle of the map, somewhere they're not gonna find it. And then I just show up with like 8 stairs. Disgusting. I mean, then we lose to a Hydra.
Well, yeah.
I spend all my money.
Well, that's the reason why nobody does it, is because Hydras exist. But I'm just saying, somewhere out there, there's a way. Make it happen. There's like this kid that's tried 12,000 bad double Stargate build orders. It's the 12,000th and first, I believe. He's gonna find it one of these days. It's not this one. Oh, he's gonna pick up the first Corsair. No, my God, Surge are so dumb. By far the dumbest unit in the game. Not even close. So wow, we don't pick off the first Corsair, which changes the entire trajectory of the game. Can't go mutas. We're not doing anything fancy. The world is a lie. Shambles. What a fraud. Get me out of this world. Elon Musk, take me to Mars. I'm done here.
Well, Gornich does get a scout off a little bit with the Scourge. He sees that the are just playing pretty standard, so he should be expecting the 730 move out. You see that he's starting to sunken at the exact right time. So this attack that's coming in from Dragon really shouldn't do very much. A third sunken. So actually, Gornich is planning to power really hard. We don't see any hydras at all at this point. It's literally pure sunkens at this point. He's taking his 4th hatch. Now what you can do to punish this is sometimes you could follow up with Reaver, but I think because the Sayers haven't moved and seen this in such a long time, he's not going to be able to go for that. Zealots are coming, but they're going to have to turn around. So what Dragon should do now is instant third base. He sees that it's so many sunkens.
He's just going to get some free overlords, so
yeah,
can't say no to that.
That's nice. It's going to supply Gornich, but now's the time to take a third base. There's nothing here for Gornich. He just has no units. So we need a third base. Gornich can't attack us at this point.
Yeah, I mean, what's he gonna do? He's gonna try to bust. I mean, you can't bust through that.
No, he's just gonna have to turn around. So he's gonna have to be content with giving Gornich 4 bases because he's not able to do anything about it. Now the Sayer count is getting ridiculous. It's at 7. He has +1 weapon already. It's way ahead of the armor upgrade of the Zerg player. So in the fact that he hasn't built any hydras anywhere, I'm worried that Protoss just sits on a spore. Sure, it's going to damage some of the Sayers, but we're just going to kill like
50 overlords.
50 overlords. We're just going to be perma supply block. Now, Dragon is doing exactly what you should do.
Here he goes. He's doing exactly what you said. He's like, wait a second, there's not enough there. He's just going to mow down the Scourge. There are enough Corsairs to fight them straight up. And we're doing it. He already popped like 3 overlords. They're actually running away from the coverage of that spore colony. And so 2 more die for free. And these are clumped up. They're going to take splash damage from all of the Corsairs. He's losing a few, but he's taking so many overlords down with him. More Scourge coming out. They do connect there, but so many of them pop. Every overlord's dying. What's our end total? It is 55 out of 40, 38.
Yeah, Gornich losing so many overlords there. So much larva being wasted on overlord. He picks off another one.
What?
Dragon supply blocked Gornich for an eternity, but Gornich has such a crazy econ. He's already got 46 workers. His entire supply is drones, basically. Mutas are finally coming out. They're going to have +1 armor, but the Sayer count is so high. But I actually think that this could be a good move because this is such a weird comp to go into. Despite losing some Sayers, like, you're not thinking about building mass Mutas at this point. As I say that, Dragon's continuing to build Sayers, so actually this is not going to work.
Yeah, this is, you know, sometimes it's too late, but I don't know if that's this time. Oh, wow, crazy connections. He bibbity bops all of those Corsairs out of there. And now all of a sudden, the Mutas look like a great idea.
Yeah, now Mutas look fantastic. He whittled down the Corsair count to just 2. Goon range is coming in. Dragon still has 3 bases, though. He's got a 20 supply lead. But now he's got to start to scramble to get out some more Sayers himself, get up cannons. I saw Templars in his main, so he's going to be defended well at each of his positions. But he's not able to just take a 4th base for free like I thought he was going to be able to a minute ago. But now this gives Gornich some breathing room to pump out even more drones. He's at like 55 drones. He still has almost
like
pure drones.
60 drones. He has like 20 supply of army. Meanwhile, his opponent has like 60 supply of army. Ooh. Well, I mean, eventually he'll have to fight things. Yeah. Man, if you're a new player to Brood War and you look at this and you're like, well, one player has tons of army and the other player doesn't have any army, so it's even, right? What's going on there? Why are Mutas so good? Why isn't Dragon just moving out and killing him?
Yeah, Mutas can just backstab the main whenever he sees them move out, but there's a lot of cannons here, and there are a lot of Sayers just sitting and waiting. Now we see the Hydra starting to get pumped out, and now Gornich is going to get really scary because last game versus Casper, he was down in supply a lot, and then he just exploded, got maxed instantly on Ultras. I have a feeling that's what's going to happen with Hydra.
Can he cancel this Nexus? He's going to pop the cannon before it comes up. Probe dies.
Ooh, that's drawing the attention of Dragon. He's trying to counterattack with Mutas in the main.
He's got Mutas in the main, but there are 2 cannons in there. What did he snipe there? Did he get like a High Templar?
I don't think he really killed much. The Sayers were a little bit out of position, but Dragon manages to hold mid-right, so he's going to get up 4 base, And honestly, he's still in a great position. He's up 25 supply. Worker count is crazy for Zerg. He's going to have so much production. Now, unlike in all the other games, well, actually, I'm not sure. Does he have Hive? I don't think he does. So it's
No.
still just, oh, he does have Hive
Wait,
going.
what?
So he's
Oh my
got Hive
God.
going. He's got good upgrades going. So this time he's actually going to have that very strong Hive tech. But now, Muta's into the 4th base. Lurkers are set up. There's no Observer either.
No Observer, no way for Zealot to save this. And he waits until it completes. A sick timing here by Goranich that's going to let him not only take out the Nexus, but do it for free. Another huge volley of Scourge hits, but I don't think that was enough, was it?
Oh, it was. Mutas are going to take out the rest of these
God.
stairs. And, oh, well, even though he didn't take them out, now Dragon has to be worried about a Muta switch to pick off Templars. Where are those? Okay, there's the Observer. He's going to take out the Lurker. So actually, he manages to save it. Sarah comes in and should have seen the Hive, so he should know the Hive timing. No, Sarah's, okay, they are going to turn around. But Dragon still has a big supply lead, up almost 40 now. He does need to transfer probes to his 4th base, but gosh, that army is super strong. He's at +2 weapon. Zerg is missing their armor and weapon upgrade, but it is coming in. No, it's kind of just started. But he has so many hatches. Look how many hatches he has.
What are we at?
It's
1, 2,
like
3, 4,
10.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hatches?
Yeah, he's got like 9 or 10 hatches. So
Oh my
his
God.
production is completely crazy. That's going to be the Defiler Mound going in, so Plague and Darkstorm pretty soon. But can he stop this army? Just like can he stop Casper's push on Whiteout?
I mean, that was the big question in game number 1. It was no. In game number 2, it was yes. But he's going to have to do it again. I love the reverse of this. It's not, it's been ZVP and then PVZ, or PVZ, then ZVP, then PVZ again.
That's a lot of goons. That is a ton of
And
goons.
he's got Storms along with this. Even though it's a choke point, and maybe he can buy some time, I mean, Mutas are just not great against this. Maybe he can pick off the High Templar. Seems like a long shot.
He's going to pick off the hatchery at least. He's also going to pick off the evolution chamber. It doesn't look like that one's upgrading anything. But there is nothing to engage this Dragoon Ball. Just like versus Casper, he just doesn't have number. That's actually +1 weapon for Lynx. So that's a huge upgrade for the Zerg. Those Adrenaline Lynx are not going to be dealing nearly as much damage. I just don't see how we engage this. He needs a couple more rounds of units from the left side to just go for a flank.
Nidus isn't even up yet. You can't even like switch him around like that. I mean, at least he can buy some time here. Those eggs are going to take a long time to take out. Just lings, so it doesn't really matter. Losing that upgrade sucks. He does have some sunkens behind this. But yeah, like 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4 or 5 sunkens. So at least the defense is going to be okay. Tries to run in with a bunch of lings. Baits out another storm. This is not going to hold forever, and he needs those rounds of production from his other hatcheries. There are a ton of units now popping out and running across the map. Are they going to make it here in time? The Dragoons are starting to pop. The Lings are starting to get on top of them, but they just get stormed instantaneously. Now the reinforcements starting to trickle in. But is this even going to be enough to take this out?
Yeah, but this isn't a lot of Dragoons now, and also the Lynx have Adrenaline. Great storm right there. Dragon needs to reinforce, though. Does he have enough? He's just barely looking like he's not going to push through. The Lings and Lurkers are going to push them back.
Lurkers run in. They do burrow. There's like 1 storm left, or maybe actually not. If he's out of storm, he's out of there. 1 storm does go down. There's the second and final storm on the Lurkers. It's not going to kill them all off, and in the end, looks like finally Dragon is pushed back, but for how long?
Yeah, unable to push through, just barely holding on. Gorinich with the Ling, Lurker, and Defilers, but Dragon has a 5th base going up, so he's actually ahead of the Zerg, but the upgrades are fantastic for Zerg. +3 is going to kick in for Protoss pretty soon, but the army just got wiped. He lost like 6 Templars there. There's only 1 remaining, so we don't have any more AoE. Dragon's in big time trouble, especially now that I'm seeing he has no armor upgrades, no shield upgrades. Meanwhile, Ling already has +1.
Yeah, Lings did get +1. They didn't get +2, but still, I mean, Krakens are insane. You just can't fight them straight up. That's what happens when the ZVP late game. Like, if you go late enough, you have to find some source of renewable splash damage to kill just Crackling because they beat everything. So, Dark Swarm on your stuff is going to be pretty good. Can't save your buildings, but the units can save them, and he does push Dragon back again. Actually, that's like 4 observers. Catch that. That'd be a bonus.
Yes,
4th base is up.
Now, what should
base.
Dragon do? He's
Ooh.
got 5 bases.
Wow.
There's really nowhere he can attack right now. Zerg is just too fortified everywhere. Like to see some Both shuttle play, try and, you know, DT, Reaver, High Templar, everything into the main, or
Yeah.
Nat. But we'll have to see what Dragon wants to go for. I like to go for Arbiters. That's just me. We never see it though, but it's actually a very powerful unit. You can go for Mass Recall, you can go for Stasis. So we'll see what Dragon wants to go for, because right now, ground is not going to work versus Mass Plague.
Well, yeah. I mean, we've got Lurkers, we've got Plague, we've got Darkstorm, Dogs. Oh, God, he gets a huge Plague off onto, I guess, basically the entire army outside of his Natural. So Natural now resecured. I mean, you can start thinking about expanding to other bases, or even just finally using this breathing room to start swinging the hammer. He was down maybe 50 supply. Now he's up 30 supply. A huge swing for Gornich.
Yeah, he's up so much supply, but Dragon just made 10 Templars at once. So he's going to have a lot of Storm or a lot of Archons, but because he has no armor upgrades, the Archons are just going to get shredded by these links. They're about to have +2 weapon. They're about to have +3 armor. This is going to be such a deadly Zerg army. Zerg is approaching max. Once he finds out about mid-right, he can just doom drop it with, you know, Dark Swarm Ling.
You still don't have, I guess, okay, so Archon Templar is going to be the splash damage here. I don't know about that. I think, I'm a big fan of Reavers. There's a really famous DeWalt game from, I think, season 5 of BSL where he went Scout Reaver, and he had 0 money and he held on for a billion years because that comp is so busted. Not good, but it's broken. Think about that one. Either way, I mean, he's got the units that he needs right now. He just needs maybe time for some storms and another couple of rounds to come out.
Look, he catches 2 Archons. It's one of them's dead
Oh my
already.
God, he actually
Look how fast
that Krakens are insane. I can't even. Nobody can even. I don't think he can bust that base.
Oh, there's no way he can bust it. There's so many
wow,
links.
triple storm. That's not
That was
bad.
an amazing storm.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, and the fact that he's got a bench. Oh, he's gonna get flanked right here. So many Lynx Tigers pouring into the middle of the map.
Is this the losing move? It looks
Goodbye,
like it might
Archon.
just be. Yeah, he's gonna Zerg everything, both literally and figuratively. That army is dead, or at least it's gonna have to run all the way back home. He loses more units, more Archons, more Storms forced out, and taking the rest of the entire map is Gornich. He is killing it, firing on all cylinders. What do you do? I mean, there's still 5 bases for Protoss, so it's not like he's out of money or anything, but he just can't get up the army that he needs.
Yeah, Protoss flat out can't fight Zerg's army right now. The comp is just not strong enough. Zealot, there's not enough Archons. The Archons aren't upgraded enough. He has 5, which is still quite a bit, but he's got to get these shield and armor upgrades. They're about to complete pretty soon, but he's still going to be down 1 or 2 upgrades, +3 weapon for Zerg. Looks like it just started. This is just so much Gornich. He has so many bases. He has so many hatcheries. All that's really lacking for him is the drop. If we drop into the main, there's nothing there. There's like 4 cannons.
Yeah, he's maybe missing a couple of upgrades, but who cares that? He's got crackling upgrades, drops. That's the only ones you need.
Probe hero? No.
Where's our DTs? My favorite thing to do when the map is this gigantic, just send 1 DT to each base. They can't catch them all, right? Maybe. Well, cannons is not going to cut it there, so eventually that base is going to get broken. Swarms of cracklings running in, flowing through everything. Big drop comes in, the overlords are everywhere. Nice storms on the back line. Those lurkers were pretty clumped up. He does have more storms coming in as these 10 High Templar that he built earlier come through. So maybe he mass storms his way out of this one, popping a bunch of overlords. The dark swarms abide. The storms are not enough. Or actually, I guess maybe, just maybe.
I think this is it, actually. Dragon just lost his entire army. These lurkers are drawing shots of the dragoons. The Archons are falling left and right to Lings.
And that's it. GG. Damn, Dragon taps out, and Gornich will take game number 1 of our final series of the night. That was so close up until the very end. What do you think was the real turning point there, Ioken?
I don't know, because I thought Dragon was looking good. He killed so many overlords with the Sayers. He got his 3rd base.
Oh yeah, I remember that. He
really
just dove in and.
Oh, the turning point was the failed attack.
He sent
Oh,
so
you're
many
right.
goons. I thought he was gonna bust through, but the clump
It was
or
close.
the choke is so choked up he never got all of his goons firing. He did pick off +2 weapon though, but that was really it. It gave up. We had that huge supply at swing, right? It was like up 30 down to even, and then down 50 a minute later.
Crazy.
But finally, we find the chink in Dragon's armor, right? It's just play defensive. Like we just built.
Maybe
3
Casper
seconds.
was right all along. Maybe
Yeah.
he had the answer. I don't know. I mean, it turns out that when you attack, it doesn't work, and when you defend the attack, you win the game.
Maybe.
Hold on. Let me write down this build order real fast. Either way, that's game number 1, and now we have maybe just one more game to decide which player is going to advance on to the round of 8. Now, we did get a brief update from Zero, who's crunching the numbers behind the scenes, and it looks like if Dragon or Gorinich win, they are going to play against Medina. Okay, there we go. Thanks, Zero. And Oya, who qualified out in first place, is going to be playing against Terror in the round of 8. So, yeah, congratulations, Oya. Now you play Terror next round. Sick. Well, actually, that is still kind of surprising. But the winner of this series will play Medina in the round of 8. First, we got to get there. So let's get into our next map. It is La Mancha. So Dragon is down 0-1. He needs to win one more game to bring it back. But if Gorinich wins, he will advance on to the round of 8. So let's go ahead and get into game number 2. Okay. Well, in the bottom right-hand corner, in the blue, playing Protoss from Canada, this is Dragon.
In the bottom left, in the red, he's one game away from making it out. It is Gorinich. So Gorinich finally found the answer to Dragon, at least so far. And Dragon had the perfect response versus a Zerg that is just playing overly defensive. It's take a third base off of really nothing. And he still wasn't able to make it work. He had a huge army, but he couldn't bust through anywhere. So maybe if Gorinich goes for the same style, maybe the answer could be Reavers.
Yeah.
Because really, we had Ling, Lurker, Sunken, and Reavers beat every single one of those. If you can get a speed shuttle up also, that would be awesome. So that might be the answer for Dragon if that happens again. Now, Dragon again is going for a Forge expand because we see that probe scouting.
Yeah, so Forge expands seem to be, I guess, kind of the comfort zone for Dragon. And it's a little bit refreshing, because like I said, usually we see gateways, but I guess it more ensures that he's going to be able to get that expo up. He had that cannon down in the last game, so close to, I mean, it was just in time. But, you know, if it's a second sooner, if we don't see any more freaking overpools, like we have once again, then maybe it wouldn't be as easy, or maybe it would be easier to punish.
Yeah, so again, you would expect Dragon to go for the standard Nexus follow-up. We're going to have Cannon afterwards. He's been doing that every single game that he's been able to see that it is an overpool. So there's the Forge. Going to see the Nexus coming down pretty soon. Now, will Gorinich do any type of mix-up? We saw Lair every single time. He hasn't dealt with the probe very well. It's scouted for so long each game. So if he can get a probe kill this time, it might be the one game we might see 7-3-4. It might be the first one we've seen all BSL.
I mean, that would be... I would really love to see that. I feel like that is where Gorinich might be strongest, because you haven't mixed in anything remotely like hyper aggressive like that. So a man can dream. Probe staying at home gets the Nexus down pretty early. It wasn't the fastest Nexus, wasn't the slowest. He didn't wait until cannons, but I don't think there's any way to punish this either. The Probe's in there seeing everything and knows that there's basically nothing to worry about.
Yep, so we do have the standard 235 gas, Nexus coming up, cannon, follow-up, gateways coming in. So Dragon has shown Stargate, Citadel. He's shown almost everything other than Reaver play. Probe is still alive. And we'll have to see what... Ooh, we might catch it this time.
Wait, wow, that was 6 hits. Jeez. Okay, well, like I said, the Probe is still alive, but maybe not for long. Or maybe forever. Who knows? Doesn't matter.
So layer is going to be coming in pretty soon. We're approaching the 100 gas. If the probe goes down, we may see speed, but I think the chances of that happening is pretty low. We've got Assimilator coming in for Protoss. Cybernetics is going to be coming up pretty soon also. Now we do have a third hatch at the natural at top left. So again, this is looking like defensive Zerg. Doesn't necessarily have to be, but probably. So Gornich just, ooh, he finally catches, no.
Oh my, come on. Okay, 4 minutes. It's gonna be 5 minutes. Can I hear 5 minutes? Maybe. One cannon, by the way, back at home. That's what happens when the probe stays alive this long. You know how many cannons you do or don't need to make. If that probe got picked off like 2 minutes ago, you're building 2 cannons. It's a scary dark world out there, or you just send out a second probe. Either way, it's not great. This is, I guess, one of the best, openers you could hope for Dragon.
Yeah, and I actually think that this gas at the natural is a little bit faster than Dragon usually goes for. So this might be a little bit of a mix-up. As I say that, everything looks the same, but I think he did get it like 1 supply or 2 supply faster. He's got very little probes on the minerals, but other than that, he's got the Stargate follow-up. We don't see +1 air weapon just yet. So that's curious because he's gone for that, I think, every game so far. He's gotten +1 weapon on air really quick. There it is.
Yep.
So now it comes in.
Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So he's going for that again. Now, we've seen him lose catastrophically large numbers of Corsairs, so keep our eyes on that. Gornich seems kind of... Whoa, there it is!
There it is.
Yes!
He's done it.
Yes, it's him! He heard me from beyond space and time. Is this the fountain? Is this what's the other one? What's the space movie where he reaches back? Interstellar, right? I can see my father tapping on the bookcases to move the dust, to tell him to do the double Stargate. It's so hype. It's so hype. Now, as long as he doesn't die instantly to Hydras, it's going to be dope.
Well, there's no Hydrogen. It's going to be standard Spire follow-up, and he's probably thinking back to last game where he had such good success with his 7 Sayers. He killed like 7 Overlords. He did so much damage. Sayers coming in, sees the Spire timing. He's going to be able to kill an Overlord for sure. I am very worried for Gornich. Like,
yeah, there's no way to counter this at all. What shoots up here?
What's he going to get? Citadel is coming in. So this is actually a very delayed Citadel. But
well, he's already going Carapace, Flyer Carapace here.
Yeah, instantly going Carapace because Dragon has been rushing +1 weapon every single game he's played versus Zerg. So we have double Sayer. We're going to supply block Zerg forever. But what can we actually do to actually kill them? Not much with the amount of zealots we're going to have. So he's going to have to build up a super strong army before he actually moves out with some ground. Now, can the Scourge find it? Then misses it. Oh, he sees it. Did he see it?
He didn't. I don't know.
He saw it, but he may have not noticed it.
Wait, what?
Oh, he's still moving around trying to catch those Sayers.
I'm so disappointed. If he saw that... Okay, well, anyway, if he did see it, great.
Well, everything looks like the standard 730 follow-up because we're still on 1 gate. We have the forge spinning. Everything looks just like that. There's no extra gates at the natural, so this is going to catch Gornich completely off guard because there's going to be like, 11 Sayers, 9 Sayers, something absurd. He's doing exactly what he did last game, which is 1 Spore at each base, 2 Sunkens. That's not... Oh, my God. Those are all dead. Mega dead.
I mean, yeah, they're not going to last very long. I just want to see what happens when this kicks in. 8 Corsairs with +1 seconds away from kicking in. It's going to be here when the Corsairs are, and
goodbye.
Did any of those actually even connect?
So dead. Oh, he's perma supply.
These Corsairs could basically kill the Spores too. Like, that's how strong they are. Where's my D-Web?
He went double Spore because he realizes it's double Stargate now.
Yeah, well, how'd that work out?
Too late.
Nope. Not.
Look at what Dragon's build is. He's got +1 weapon about to complete. Speed is about to complete. Guess what? Spores don't do. They don't help you versus Zealots. So even though he has a low Zealot count right now, it's going to slowly build up and up and up.
All right, here we go. If I could make a weed whacker sound with my mouth, that would be more appropriate. Watching these Corsairs just pew-pew their way through everything. Oh no, he might lose one to a Spore. Guess what? Don't care, everything's still dead. Jeez Louise, this is tragic.
Well, Gorinich is in trouble because 4 gates are about to finish. They are done, and Zealots are going to start pumping out. Meanwhile, he's spending all of his money just trying to survive, get out some more Overlords. He has no units right now. +1 armor is kicking in for his Overlords now, but it's still too late. Oh, man.
Okay, so we haven't figured out how to get Corsairs to shoot ground units yet. So, you know, everything else on the ground is still totally safe from their horrible reign of terror. We're not still building Corsairs because obviously we need something else. And it's going to be +1 speed lots with DT.
Zealots are across the map, and they have got their eyes set on top left. Gorinich saw that units have moved out, but he doesn't know where they are, and there's nothing to defend.
God.
He's going to try in SimCity, I think. Drones are sitting
Yeah?
up there. He needs to SimCity right now. It's
Yeah?
9 Zealots. Oh, there's a huge gap at the bottom.
Yeah, he can just run in.
Oh, nice. Almost got the drill off.
Yeah, he almost, but unfortunately almost is not going to help very much. Corsairs running in, killing everything. The Hydras are trying to come in to reinforce, but there's so many slots on the ground.
He's doing a really good job with the drones. The Sunken is going to morph in time, I think. Hydras are coming across the map.
Sunken pops is if he can kill both of the static D here, this base is deep. But he's not actually targeting the Sunken. He comes up and he holds the base for now.
He held the base. He lost a lot of Overlords. He didn't really lose that many drones. He still has 40 drones. So his econ is still good. He's still got 4 bases. If the Hydras can keep this hatch alive, which they are, he's still looking good. He's got +1 weapon coming in. He's denying the 3rd base.
Okay, all right. Look, I take it all back.
That's a lot of Hydras also.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, DT coming. Where are the Sayers?
If he kills off the detection here, that's it. He pops the static D. He's going in. Unfortunately, Hydras are
Oh,
a
he's
great
losing
unit.
his Sayers.
Well, all right. Look, we tried. That's the thing about 2 Stargate is if it does critical damage, you'll never build a unit again. And if it doesn't, then you die to Hydras. We didn't kill every Overlord. Well, I mean, we did for a second, but now we have a lot of air units, and now we don't even have that, and now we have 1 million Hydras on the way and no splash damage.
Yeah, no splash is issue. Templars are still sitting at the net. They haven't transferred to the 3rd base, but it looks like Dragon's a bit worried coming across the bridges, so he's gonna turn around for now. Actually gonna find a couple Overlords, almost loses a Sayer there. So Gorinich holds on. He's still got 4 base. He's still got good drum count at that 44. So he's fine. He's got Lurker upgrade coming in. He's got +1 weapon. Storm isn't even done yet.
Yeah, I mean, oh god. Okay, so there's no Storm. He's got like cannons and a few Corsairs to like kind of like fledglingly hold on. Ugh. This is the difference between like a giant condor.
Oh gosh. Is he gonna catch these Templars in the back?
And a baby one. Oh god, if he dives on this, actually he might just have enough to go for it right now. There are a few Zealots, but a decent Storm. But it doesn't pop the Hydras. They're still here. They're still got crazy DPS. The cannons can't hold on forever. Yeah, there's just too much here.
There's too much Zerg, and I saw a shuttle with Templars in it, but where is it?
Not here.
It's at the back. There's only 1 Storm available, but they've got to be perfect. There's so many Hydras.
Yeah, just move your Hydras. He does it. A 6 Storm dodge. He just runs right on through, trying to morph it into an Archon. Not going to cut it. He's going to chase down the one live High Templar, and he can even kill the Archon here in a second after he finished with the Zealots. I think this is just so much damage.
I think this is it. Gorinich just has too much. Cannon goes down. Archon goes down. DT might save the day. There's no Overlord here. We're getting probes now, though. Meanwhile, Gorinich, he's got so many work keys. He's droning behind it and building Hydras at the same time. His econ's crazy. He's got 55 drones, basically. Dragons down in workers now. He doesn't have 8 gates, so he doesn't even have the production you need to stop him.
I mean, Overlords are going to be coming in. So you got that speed earlier, thanks to the Corsairs. But I mean, Storms, like, they just can't kill everything. They're good. They're not that good. And so everything here is going to die. And with no third base and Zerg on 4, is Trouble Town for Dragon, who is down 0-1 in the series. And if Gornish takes this, he's moving on. He catches the Lurkers.
Yeah, but that just buys time to get these Hydras through the bridges.
Yeah, actually.
Well, actually, maybe it's not enough Hydras, so the Zealots might actually be able to
But he can't kill the eggs.
Yeah, he can't kill the eggs.
If he had a storm, he could storm them, but he doesn't anymore. He doesn't even have obs out yet.
Ooh, the DT, focus firing down the eggs. That's very smart.
Oh, yeah.
Dragon kills 2, it's going to kill 3 Lurkers for free.
And up.
Almost.
Just kidding. It gets full health when it finishes morphing. Nice. More Hydras coming through.
This is it.
That's it. I mean, it has to be. Cancels the cannons. They cannot come up. The Observer is not there. Lurker's going to town. Zealots can't even fight. His Nexus is dead.
Dead base means that Dragon is down to 2 bases, and we're going to be going up against 4 base Zerg. A lot of times, yeah, he just taps out. GG.
Damn. Wow. GG. Dragon is out of here. And that means that along with Oya, Gornich, the finalist from Season 8, will advance on to the round of 8.
Yeah, but he barely made it up. He got murdered in the first series, but he got redemption here. It seems like he found the weak point of Dragon. Just play a macro game. Just play defensive macro and let Protoss try to be over aggro. The Stairs, they dealt a lot of damage, but the drone drill at top left saved the game for Gornich.
Wow. It's very late and just in time. Wow. 540, Subway's just opening, so I can kick Nyoken out as fast as possible. But let's go over a quick recap of today's games. It's Oya who 2-0'd Dragon and Casper, and Booster Rockets out of the group in first place. Gornich took the long, hard road through the lower bracket, but he also had a decisive 2-0 victory over Dragon. Those middle games were actually really fun. That Dragon Oya series, wow, what a big brain. Oya definitely deserved to move out in first place, and he will, as a reward, play Terror in the round of 8, and then Gornich will advance on to play against Madinho. So those games should be pretty fun. And that's it for Group C. What was your favorite game? Mine was watching Oya build gates in the middle of the map.
Yes, it was the gates in the middle of the map.
For sure. Big brain. How does he do it? Nobody knows. He first clicks the probe, and then he builds a pylon, and then he builds 2. Anyway, that was really fun. That's it for today. We've got even more round of 16, but not too much more coming up tomorrow. The conclusion, the exciting Group D for death will be coming up tomorrow at the exact same time. We've got Bonnet, DeWalt, Kogan, Gosu Dark. Oh, so good. Who wins this group, Nyoken? No, wait, you're wrong. You can't predict it. It's too good.
I think Bonnet. How can you argue Bonnet? But, I always liked DeWalt, but he just, the past few seasons, he's gotten knocked out so easily. So, and then it's return of Koget, but Wraithman is going to have trouble killing Protoss with Wraith.
Under what situation? Carriers? I don't know.
I mean, that's what Bonnet likes. And you can't ever underestimate Ghost Dark. He's got so many all-ins. I always bring up he was on the brink of eliminating True Touch the other season. Yeah. So PvP is a very volatile matchup. Maybe Ghost Dark's got something.
Look, Ghost Dark is for sure the underdog here. I mean, we've got 2 people who've won BSL before. Koget, who is, I think, maybe the best, top 3 foreign Terran, I'd say. Maybe top 4, whatever you want to call it. He's good. He's so good. And while his gimmick is Wraiths, right, he finds a way to sprinkle it on everything. I don't know if that's going to be good enough. For Ghost Dark, he's never made it this far before. He's never made it beyond the round of 16. So I don't know what to think, but it's going to be super clutch. So either way, all I'm trying to say is don't miss tomorrow's Group of Death. It's going to be the exciting conclusion of the round of 16. We're going to finally know what our playoff bracket looks like. It's going to be super exciting. So that's going to do it for today's broadcast. Just have to give a big shout out to everybody who came out and tuned in to our brand new upgraded BSL studio. Couldn't do it without you, and so we want to say thanks to everybody who's supported BSL so far. And that means first and foremost our Patreons, those of you who have subscribed to the Bombastic StarLeague on Patreon. That includes Star Lover at 100 a month. Almost at 400. So it's a subtle hint, but maybe. Striker at $50, Kamchak, Moontang, Spacewalk, Ling and Pump, and LML at $20 as well. And everybody else on there is awesome too. And if they want me to read their names out on stream, then they can throw a little bit more cash at us. You can hear my dulcet tones read the rest of the subscribers. Big thanks to everybody on Patreon. We had actually a few Twitch subscribers during the stream. So big thanks to those people. If you followed, if you retweeted on Twitter, whatever you guys do to support BSL, big thanks. You can even follow Nyoken and I on Twitter.
Yeah, you can watch me tweet and retweet my own tweet.
That's right. Nowhere else. Only Nyoken has that little shame when he tweets. So at BNyoken and at Rapid Casting, we'd love to hear what you guys thought about these groups. There's Reddit posts. There is a Team Liquid thread. You can share your thoughts and praise wherever you want. No matter what, we appreciate you guys coming out to tune in for BSL tonight. And so that's it, Nyoken.
That is it. I'm out of here.
Yeah,
Subway's
I was
open.
That's right. It's time to go. Yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I hope to see you back here tomorrow. The exciting conclusion of the round of 16 and the group of death, which should be super exciting. So on behalf of myself, Nyoken, Zero behind the scenes, and everyone involved in the BSL, thank you so much once again. We'll see you back here tomorrow.